Roberta has to get the stream going.
Okay.
And actually, it looks like she just got it going. So you're good to go.
All right. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the third day of hearing on Amtrak's application under 24308E to run trains on the Gulf coastline. As one scheduling matter, I want to advise everyone that today we will have a hard stop at 5 o'clock Eastern because of board scheduling matters. I think everyone knows that our next day of hearing will be Friday. Tomorrow we are not scheduled to have a hearing. And at some point, perhaps today, but certainly no later than Friday, we need to talk about further scheduling because it does seem unlikely we will get all the witnesses in this week, although we can always hope. So with that, I believe we had finished with Mr. Johnson yesterday. And Ray, call your next witness.
Chairman Overton, this is Bill Mullins for Norfolk Southern. The next witness is a Norfolk Southern witness. And
all right, okay.
And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Donahoe for calling the witness and asking the direct. And I'm then going to get off camera, but if you need me, I will be available.
All right, Mr. Donahoe.
Good morning, board participants. Norfolk Southern calls Randy Hunt.
Mr. Hunt, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, Mr. Donahoe, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Hunt, could you please introduce yourself for the record?
Sure. My name is Randy Hunt. I am the Senior Director of Interline Services for Norfolk Southern Railroad.
And could you give us a little bit of the benefit of your education?
I graduated from Duke University in 2004 with BS or BA degrees rather in political science and history. I went to work for Norfolk Southern shortly thereafter and have been employed with them continuously since. And during my time with Norfolk Southern, I have also attended and completed legal education at the Georgia State University College of Law. And I'm now a licensed attorney in the state of Georgia, though I'm not practicing law for the railroad.
When did you start with Norfolk Southern?
2004.
If we can, for the board's benefit, can we just do a brief chronology of the jobs that you've held since you started in 2004?
I hired out in the transportation department as a management trainee. My training in that position lasted for a number of months, subsequently promoted to a field supervisory role as an assistant train master. And from there, I progressed through a number of positions of increasing responsibility in the operations department, held roles as train master in various locations, did a period of time in our strategic planning group, about 2 years in our Norfolk headquarters. And then my last job in operations was as the assistant superintendent for our hump yard facility at Conway, Pennsylvania, which is right outside of Pittsburgh.
During your work in operations, did you have any experience with Amtrak being on our lines or vice versa for that matter?
Yes, I have had the privilege of working with Amtrak through my entire career. From the first job that I had as a management trainee and through all of my positions of responsibility in transportation, I directly supervised the Amtrak crews that operated trains on our system. In my first role, very first job, I oversaw the Capital Limited and Lakeshore Limited trains that operate on our northern region. And at a later point in my career, I had the territory between Elkhart, Indiana and Chicago that hosts the highest frequency of Amtrak trains on Norfolk Southern on any given day.
If we can for a minute, can we kind of focus a little bit on your work at Norfolk Southern from about 2012 coming forward?
Sure. In 2012, I left the operating department and transitioned into an office role. I took on the assistant director of joint facilities position, and in that role, I became responsible for the interactions that we have with our connecting railroad partners, municipalities, essentially anywhere that we share some kind of asset with another company or an entity. The Joint Facilities Group oversees that. I was subsequently promoted to director of that group and have since been promoted to senior director of interline services, where I have kept all of the responsibilities for those relationships. I also am responsible and have been since 2012 for our direct relationship with Amtrak and our commuter railroads. And I serve as the NRPC officer, which is a contract designation that makes me the primary liaison with Amtrak for all operational and contractual matters.
How long have you served as the NRPC officer for Norfolk Southern?
Since roughly 2013, 2014.
And if I heard you correctly, that would involve possibly negotiations with Amtrak?
Absolutely.
And
Any interaction.
During your time as an NRPC officer, have you in fact been involved in negotiations with Amtrak?
I have regularly.
And specifically with Mr. Blair of Amtrak?
Yes.
I want to ask you about some projects that you've been involved in, and I kind of want to drill down on the projects involving Norfolk lines and the addition or establishment of passenger lines on our lines, okay?
Okay.
Can you tell the board about any of those projects that you've been involved in?
Sure. So when I was new to the group in the early 2010s, we had a series of projects that were pending, one being the Piedmont Improvement Project. That was a project that resulted in roughly $450 million of infrastructure investment on Norfolk Southern's lines in the state of North Carolina. It was a collaboration between Norfolk Southern, the North Carolina Department of Transportation, Amtrak, and other interested parties. That infrastructure investment paved the way for significant increase in passenger operations on lines that already hosted passenger trains, and we continue to implement those services as the North Carolina DOT sees fit. Was also a part of the project to bring Amtrak service to Norfolk, Virginia. That service hadn't run in several decades. We instituted that in 2012. That was also a package of infrastructure that totaled just under $90 million. It included things like signal upgrades, siding extensions, several types of infrastructure improvements that are very similar to what we've been talking about in this hearing. But that resulted in the possibility of 3 daily round trips between Norfolk and Petersburg, Virginia on Norfolk Southern, 2 of which have already been implemented now, and 1 will come in the future. And then finally, and most recently, we instituted a new service between Lynchburg, Virginia and Roanoke, Virginia. That was a collaboration between Norfolk Southern, Amtrak, and the Virginia Department of Transportation that also included roughly $100 million of infrastructure to, again, lengthen sidings, make terminal improvements in the city of Roanoke. City of Roanoke is very similar to New Orleans in some ways, in the sense that several lines of railroad come together. So beefed up the infrastructure in that location to accommodate all of that traffic. And there are additional frequencies of that service coming online in the near future as well from subsequent negotiations.
Did I hear you correctly that the infrastructure costs on the Piedmont project was around $450 million?
That's correct.
Let me ask you a couple broad questions about all 3 of these projects. In each one of these projects, was RTC modeling performed?
It was.
In each one of these projects, was the infrastructure put in place before the addition of the passenger lines?
With the exception of the Piedmont Improvement Project, where there was existing passenger service that operated, the infrastructure was installed prior to the service commencing. And in the case of the Piedmont, the infrastructure was installed before the additional frequencies began. Did any of these projects, for lack of a better term, have similar infrastructure needs as the Gulf Coast project? All of them had similar infrastructure needs.
Let me ask you in general, as a result of these projects being done, would you consider them to be successful?
Absolutely. Depending on your measure of success, for me, it's about on-time performance, and it's about Amtrak being able to provide a service to their passengers that they can rely upon. Certainly, those services are among the highest performing on Norfolk Southern's lines. They routinely exceed the new federal standard for minimum on-time performance, and all of them receive, to my knowledge, very high customer service remarks from the customers directly to Amtrak.
With these projects, and again, comparing it to the Gulf Coast projects, I think I've read that the Gulf Coast project, at least for the Norfolk Southern portion, involves 3 dispatchers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did any of those projects involve 3 dispatchers?
No, at most, those other projects, 2 of them were entirely on Norfolk Southern. One of them involved a handoff between NS and CSX at a location which is similar to other services.
And I
the
think
Cross
we
Road
also
runs.
heard testimony already that at the back belt, the area we're going to be talking about for Norfolk Southern, involves kind of the intersection of 6 Freight One railroads. Is that accurate?
Yes, 6 Class 1s.
Did any of those 3 projects you discussed involve the intersection of 6 Freight One railroads?
Nothing even close.
Would you agree with me that in certain parts of the NS system, there have been on-time performance problems?
Sure, I think there's challenges, at various times for all kinds of service, but we've had our passenger challenges as well.
But on these 3 projects, when the infrastructure was put in place, RTC modeling was performed, the on-time OTP was satisfactory.
And has been continually since the projects were put in place, with very few exceptions where we've dipped for episodic type of events. Those services have remained very high performers.
There's been some testimony about the Sunset Limited, and I want to ask you, are you aware that the Sunset Limited ran at night?
I am.
Is there a difference from your perspective that passenger lines run at night as opposed to the daytime?
The primary difference, I think, would be, and I think Ricky Johnson may have spoken to this yesterday, is that typically customer service operations are more heavily focused on daylight hours. Customers largely work during the day. Not everyone's a 24-hour-a-day operation. So the fact that the trains, the proposed service would run during the day, at least on the CSX portion, would lead to natural conflicts with the windows that customers demand that they receive cars. Overnight, you don't have the same amount of local activity that you see during the day typically.
And contrary to the testimony we heard from CSX yesterday, there is Amtrak currently running on the Norfolk Southern back belt.
There is.
And what is the name of that service?
That's the Crescent service. That's a daily round trip that moves between Alexandria, Virginia, and New Orleans, completely on Norfolk Southern.
What has
Excuse me, Mr.
Norfolk-
Chairman. This is Alex Trepp for Jenner and Block. We've had our tech go out, so we've missed the last several answers, unfortunately, as well as the last several questions. We have our tech team coming in to try and address that now. But we'd respectfully request a brief pause in order to address the tech and then also to identify the questions and answers that were missed by virtue of the shutdown.
Let me suggest that we take a brief recess, but will you keep us posted? How are we going to communicate with you if you're not on Zoom?
Mr. Chairman, I apologize, but unfortunately the link that we have coming through appears to be also lagged. So we are hearing what appears to be some back feed from Mr. Hunt.
Well, can you hear me now?
Suggest that we take a brief recess, but will you keep us posted? How are we going to communicate with you if you're not on Zoom?
We're resetting the Zoom now, Mr. Chairman, and we should be back online shortly, and Ms. Amundsen will alert you the moment that we are set.
Can you listen to the YouTube, like roll it back and listen to the last few questions so you can get up to date?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we'll do that. It was just the last maybe 3 minutes or so, and we apologize. If we could just take 3 minutes to.
Are you hearing me now?
Yes, I can now hear you.
Okay.
We reset
All
the.
right. Would a 5-minute recess be sufficient?
Yes, thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
All right. It is 9:47. We will reconvene at 9:52.
Place RTC.
Just shut down.
Matt, are we back in session?
Go ahead, Marty.
All right, Jesse, were you able to catch up?
I was. Thank you very much. We appreciate that, Mr. Chair, and I apologize to Mr. Donahue and Mr. Hunt. We think we've resolved the issue.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Donahue, you proceed.
Could I ask the court reporter to read back the last question, if that's okay?
Yes, it's okay to ask me. Okay, what is the name of that service? That's the Crescent service?
Thank you, Madam Court Reporter.
You're welcome.
Mr. Hunt, we're back on the record. Has Norfolk Southern made any accommodations to the Crescent service on the back belt?
We have, and really accommodation might be a strong word. It's an operating procedure that we've had in place for some number of years. The Crescent is a service that has historically been performance challenged, and so one place that we have complete control over trying to get that train into the final destination, with minimal delay is the back belt. As we'll talk about, I assume later, there's a lot of congestion on the back belt, and so what we have done as an operating practice for years, and we're doing it today as we speak with the departure of the northbound train, what we do is we essentially create a window around the Amtrak scheduled arrivals and departures. And so by window, I mean the back belt is a double tracked railroad. It's got some infrastructure for the purposes of crossing over and moving around, but the back belt's also a place where trains stop routinely. They're held to queue for going to and from different carriers. And so the Amtrak window is our attempt to mitigate the potential delays to Amtrak. And so for about an hour, somewhere between 45 minutes and an hour, twice daily, we essentially clear the path. So if we look at an Amtrak train that, say, is approaching from the north to New Orleans, with about a 45-minute to an hour headway of when we expect the train to arrive, we stop moving traffic on the route that the Amtrak train needs to utilize. Similarly, for the scheduled departure northbound, we stop moving trains when the Amtrak train is scheduled to come out, and that really eats into the capacity of the railroad. Essentially, we shut down for about 2 hours a day.
So other than the Crescent running during that time period, no other operations are going on the back belt during that 1 to 2 hour period?
Because of the way traffic moves to and from the back belt, typically we shut down the line entirely.
So effectively, that takes the operation of that line down from 24 hours to ballpark 22 hours?
Roughly.
Every day?
Every day. Every day that the trains operate. There have been some service
what would the
changes.
addition of the proposed service Amtrak is seeking do to this so-called window?
Well, absent infrastructure investment that mitigates the impact, we'd be left with no choice but to do exactly what we do with the Crescent trains. You would 4 more times a day, you would be forced to essentially stop all your freight business entirely and clear a path for Amtrak. And so your operating day would further be reduced from 22 hours to something like 18 hours or less.
So in general, when the service is running, instead of a 24 operational period, it would be reduced down to around 18 hours, ballpark figure?
Ballpark.
Would this only have an effect on the Norfolk Southern freight lines?
This would have a tremendous impact on all of the carriers in New Orleans.
New Orleans is fairly congested to begin with?
It's congested as is any major interchange location, not any more or any less, but it's a very busy place, yes.
Can you compare it with any other interchange locations that you're familiar with?
I can, speaking only for Norfolk Southern, because we obviously only have views to our own data. But from an interchange standpoint, there are 5 major gateways in the country that connect east and west. That's St. Louis, Kansas City, Memphis, New Orleans, and Chicago being the big one. And people think about Chicago as kind of the biggest interchange. New Orleans is in the same ballpark as Chicago. We move 15% of our east-west interchange with our connecting carriers through New Orleans. And so that's on par with the other 3 locations that I named, and it's in the same realm as Chicago. So it's a busy little place for being a small geographic area.
Are you familiar with the Gulf Coast Working Group?
I am.
At the outset of that working group, was NS included in any discussions?
We were not.
So did those discussions involve the back belt?
They did not. And actually, through all of the work that that group performed and even the report that was ultimately published, the back belt was not studied or considered in any way.
And there was infrastructure recommended by the Gulf Coast Working Group, correct?
There was.
But obviously, there would have not been any infrastructure recommended for anything along the back belt.
As I said, in fact, the report acknowledges it. The back belt was not studied. There was no consideration. It was as if the world ended at Gentilly Yard and beyond that onto Norfolk Southern. There was no consideration of what would happen in that terminal, which is a major choke point for this.
Despite the fact that we're discussing an area where 6 Freight One railroads intersect.
That's right.
Sir, I'd like to turn your attention to why we're here, which is the Gulf Coast project. When did you get involved in this project?
So I have been involved in this project as long as it has been conceived and involved Norfolk Southern, in concert with some other folks at Norfolk Southern who have stakes in this type of consideration. I have had really the operational oversight for this proposal from the first day. And so that would have been after the Gulf Coast Working Group started their work. We were made aware of that effort and communications began kind of peripherally sometime after that, but I've been involved since that point.
With the board's permission, I'd like to introduce joint exhibit CSX NS 169, which is an aerial map view of which will give the board some idea of the location that we're talking about with the back belt.
Donahue, our court reporter, is asking you and Mr. Hunt to slow down just a little bit.
Sure, will
So
do.
She can stay tuned. We're all doing this remotely. Any objection to exhibit 160? This is the joint NSCSX exhibit book, not the joint overall exhibits. Is that correct?
Correct.
Any objection to exhibit 169 being exhibited?
We would just ask
Not
whether,
from the board.
Jesse?
for Amtrak, we would just ask whether this is being offered for the same purpose with respect to the, as CSX so stipulated yesterday, simply for, as a visual aid.
Yes, this is a map. An aerial view.
No objection.
Is it a map or a photograph, Mr. Donahue?
It's an aerial view.
All right, proceed.
Mr. Hunt, we're going to start with this. Can you kind of describe to the board what this indicates?
Sure, and I will. I hope everyone can see the red laser pointer here. This is New Orleans with a overlay of the various railroads within the gateway, and this goes out quite a bit outside of the city proper, which is really in this area. But CSX in this view is depicted in red. Norfolk Southern would be the green lines that I'm trailing. Norfolk Southern's line obviously continues north beyond Hattiesburg, Meridian, Atlanta, and beyond. CSX's line to Mobile would go off the page to the right. You also have the interaction with the Western carriers depicted here as the CN is depicted in pink and the joint Union Pacific and BNSF lines in yellow departing. The New Orleans public belt is depicted in purple. So as you can see, it's quite the spaghetti bowl of interactions here within the city.
Do we have an aerial map that focuses in a little bit more than what we're seeing now?
Sure. If I can zoom in on this section, it'll make it a little clearer. So this, again, this is just a more zoomed in view of exactly how the back belt connects to and from the Western carriers. At this location that's denoted as CN-IC connection, that would be sort of the end of the line for Norfolk Southern. That's the terminus of the back belt and the tie-in to Eastbridge Junction and the Western carriers, both the CN KCS here, as well as the Union Pacific and the BNSF who traverse the Huey P. Long Bridge. And it's worth noting the Huey P. Long Bridge that I'm circling here is one of the primary crossings of the Mississippi River for the U.S. freight industry. That bridge was built in 1935. It's over 5 miles long from approach to approach. and it is incredibly maintenance intensive. In fact, twice a week for a full shift, the bridge shuts down to what we call a single lane day, where you only have one track versus two to operate. So everything that goes between Norfolk Southern and CSX and the Western carriers traverses this bridge. Amtrak traverses this bridge daily as well, the Sunset Limited service. But the primary area of concern for us is the back belt. And the back belt from East City Junction to Elysian Fields, where the Gulf Coast service would operate. If I can zoom in there, I'd like to speak about that.
Sure. And let me ask you a question while we're bringing that up. How many freight movements a day are typically on this back belt area?
So on any given day, you're going to see between 15 and 20 to 22 movements. And I say movements because there are, as we noted earlier, there are two passenger trains that operate currently over this route. But
excuse me. So in addition to Norfolk and Amtrak running on it, there's other railroads that are running on the back belt?
There are. Norfolk Southern interchanges via this line with BNSF, Union Pacific, the CN, the KCS, all of that traffic moves here. Additionally, CSX interchanges with all of those carriers as well. And the back belt is really what I would call sort of like an interstate highway. There's no real work. There aren't a lot of exit ramps, but there's a lot of things that have to go from end to end to get between all of the carriers. This is the through route for all of the interchange in the city of New Orleans. There's not an alternative. The NOPB does some limited carload interchange, but the vast majority of traffic that moves through this gateway moves over the Norfolk Southern back belt to connect east and west.
Excuse me, Mr. Donahue. I'm wondering, to put this in perspective, if Mr. Hunt could just zoom this map out a little bit and show us where the Gulf Coast trains would run from the Gentilly Yard, which I guess is where CSX ends and where NS picks up, and where the station is. I'm having trouble orienting myself to this aerial photo.
Absolutely. If Chairman, if you'll indulge me, if we can zoom out to the largest view of the map, I'll give you sort of the geographic lay of the land, and then if you'll allow me to zoom back in, I'll show you specifically where those points are.
That would be very helpful.
Thank you, sir. So as I noted, the CSX line from Mobile, if you can see my cursor, Mobile is railroad north, geographic east of this point. This is the CSX line from Mobile into New Orleans. Gentilly Yard is right here. The location that you saw yesterday at Gentilly, this is the location that's depicted. And so as you continue to follow that red line farther east, the intersection of Norfolk Southern and CSX, where the trains would traverse from their railroad to ours, is the point that I have noted right there on the map. And then across the back belt onto this orange segment, and if we can zoom back into the closest view, it will become clearer. Chairman, this is the closer view of the red CSX line coming in, the connection to Norfolk Southern at Elysian Fields, operation for the 3+ miles over Norfolk Southern's back belt to a location called East City Junction. And then the trains exit the back belt onto Amtrak controlled trackage, continuing down here near the Superdome to the location noted as the Amtrak passenger station.
All right. So the Gulf Coast line would not go over the Huey Long Bridge.
It would not, sir. That's correct. The Huey Long Bridge is the connection to the Western carriers farther to the west.
Right. So which Amtrak, but you said Amtrak trains go over the Huey Long Bridge. So where do they go?
They are trains that operate to and from today. The Sunset Limited moves over the Huey Long Bridge to get into the Amtrak passenger station.
I see. And where is the Crescent? Well, where does it go?
The Crescent comes south, from Atlanta through those points that I noted, Alexandria, Virginia being the first stop on Norfolk Southern. And it continues, it intersects the CSX at this point called NE Tower, comes down to Terminal Junction, which we will see in more detail shortly, and then turns to the west across the back belt and ultimately meeting the exact same route the Gulf Coast would traverse to make the same exit at East City Junction to the passenger station.
All right. So from just past where the CSX line just above your cursor there meets Norfolk Southern,
That's
you know,
correct.
down further on the back belt. From just past there, the Gulf Coast line and the Crescent would follow the same path.
The identical path. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. That's very helpful just to put all this in perspective. Thank you.
And it's worth noting, I mentioned earlier that there's multiple handoffs. When the lines change color, that's a good way to think about the dispatching interaction. CSX controls the train to here, but then it becomes a train Norfolk Southern has to accept and has to handle. And again, when the train reaches the orange segment, it's no longer a Norfolk Southern train. It becomes an Amtrak train. And so at all three of those points, there has to be very sharp communication and coordination between the dispatchers to make sure that no one has done anything operationally that's going to impede the continuous movement of that train. That's why the things like the Amtrak window are so vital here, because you have lots of parties who control different pieces.
Well, one other question. Once the trains get to the orange line, are only Amtrak trains on those tracks?
That's correct, sir. That is Amtrak controlled. It's the New Orleans Union Passenger Terminal Railroad that is operated and maintained by Amtrak.
And no freight trains use that line for any purpose?
To my knowledge, there is no freight service, sir, but I'm not familiar with what they do. They may have their own freight operations, ballast trains and things, but not to my knowledge.
Okay. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. Dunn.
Randy, I'm sorry. This is Robert Primus.
Go ahead, Robert.
I'm going to try to hold the rest of my questions to the end, but just a quick, how long in terms of the distance is the back belt between the transfer point from off the CSX line to the Amtrak orange line?
From the CSX point to the East City Junction, the entire route is just over 3 miles.
3 miles? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Robert, was that the question you had?
I have previous, but I'll wait till the end.
Okay, thanks very much. Go ahead, Mr. Donahue.
Thank you. Currently, does Norfolk Southern have any intention of adding infrastructure to this line as it exists today?
No, we've made some pretty significant infrastructure investments in the last several years. This line has been beefed up significantly to handle the existing and projected freight business. And at this time, the railroad can really accommodate what we foresee from a freight standpoint.
With your permission, Chairman, I would like to introduce Joint CSX NS Exhibit 168, which we previously designated as confidential. We asked to remove that designation. Mr. Chairman, you're on mute.
Amtrak, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor, other than our continued request that CSX and NS please let us know when they have decided that information that they have previously designated as highly confidential or confidential is undesignated.
A reasonable request.
We will do so.
All right, Rob Wimbush, any objection?
No objection, sir.
Proceed.
Mr. Hunt, could you explain to the board what this stick diagram, for lack of a better term, indicates?
Absolutely. So this is, the aerial map is nice, but it's a little simpler to look at this in terms of connections and how the railroad's laid out. This is the footprint that the proposed Gulf Coast service would operate over in New Orleans on Norfolk Southern. Again, what was depicted in red are these blue lines. This is the CSX coming from Mobile into New Orleans. The location at the end of the back belt connecting to Norfolk Southern's Oliver Yard is called Terminal Junction. And then these are the various control points and operating locations along the back belt. This is the infrastructure as it exists today. And I depict, for purposes of scale and understanding where trains are positioned, these two arrows depicted in gray represent 10,000 foot trains and how they would be positioned when they are stopped on the back belt during their operations.
And you're aware of the proposed Norfolk Southern infrastructure projects requested, correct?
I am.
And could we put up, it's also part.
Before you leave this,
Sure.
before you leave this exhibit, Mr. Donahue, are these gray arrows? You said they depict 10,000-foot trains. I take it they're not intended to be proportional in length. They're different length. Is that?
That's correct, sir. This is not scaled, but it
Yeah,
is
I see.
it is scaled in terms of the depiction, but it is not accurate from inches to footage.
Yeah. Okay. I was just a little confused. Thank you. Go ahead.
Sure. If we could pull up the next stick diagram. Mr. Hunt, what is this showing with
So-
respect to the proposed projects requested by Norfolk Southern?
So what you see depicted here in red, first, it's the schematic that you just saw with some red lines added that depict the infrastructures that was identified in the RTC model as being necessary to mitigate the impacts of the passenger service to freight. To describe these, it's important to know sort of how the railroad operates. As I mentioned, we laid these gray arrows onto the screen to depict where trains stop. And there's a particular reason for that. Today, everything, but for trains that go to and from the CSX, any Norfolk Southern interchange train is going to operate this way. You have it pull down to Terminal Junction. It's either going to perform a work event, and what I mean by work event would be a set off or pickup of freight traffic within Oliver Yard, changing out of locomotives, all the things that accompany terminal work. It either would have a work event, in which case some portion of the train would be taken into Oliver Yard to perform that work event, with some portion of the train returning, or the train is going to receive a road crew that would operate towards Meridian and would ultimately turn north and head up the line that headed north out of New Orleans. That is the operation as it stands today. And the reason that the train has to operate that way is because, as you see this line depicted in red, that is a proposed piece of infrastructure, today there is no connection from Main 1 to operate into Oliver Yard. So we must operate off of Main number 2, which works well for us. That works today. We've got the infrastructure to support that. Similarly, trains that are operating to the west, either from Norfolk Southern, CSX, the multiple moves a day, when you get beyond when you get beyond East City Junction, towards East Bridge Junction, the railroad turns into single track, and it becomes a railroad that's intersected by a number of back-to-back road crossings. So Canal, this point, which is just to the west of East City Junction, as we depicted on the map, is the holdout point for any train that has to get onto the Huey P. Long Bridge. So with that bridge having multiple shifts a week where they can only accept trains in one direction, it is a queuing system similar to the back belt. Trains are often holding on the bridge, and so that is the natural holdout point to stay off of road crossings for trains going to the west. And the existing infrastructure is sometimes impacted by that.
So let me just ask you about the crossovers, and on
Sure.
a very broad level, what problem does the implementation of these crossovers solve?
So starting at Terminal Junction, I'll start with the crossovers, then I'll speak to the freight lead. But
We'll get to that.
the crossover that I noted here that goes from main track number 1 to main track number 2, because you're going to introduce these additional windows, these 4 extra trains, and taking our operation down from 18 or from 22 hours rather than 18 hours, this gives you flexibility to use either of your tracks as you see fit at any time, and provides flexibility to clear the railroad for Amtrak. That is the point of the Terminal Junction crossover. It allows things to move from either track into and out of Oliver Yard. If for some reason there's already train on main number 2 and you have another train that is queued to come behind it and you're blocking East City Junction, for example, you can then cross over, get around that train and get out of the way in a way that you can't do that today. And so that's aimed primarily at protecting the ability to move Amtrak fluidly. Similarly at Elysian Fields, and we'll see this in some drone footage shortly, Elysian Fields today, while it may look on the previous schematic as if there was the ability to cross from main number 1 to main number 2 from the south CSX main, that in fact is not a crossover. That's what is functionally a diamond. And so coming from the CSX south main, your only option is to operate to main track number 2. It is very common for a train to be utilizing one or the other of the CSX mains at a time when Amtrak, one of those 4 moves per day might need to come through. And so by moving the crossover at Elysian Fields and creating the true ability to go from either track to either track, you've drastically improved your connectivity and provided a route for Amtrak to move when one or the other tracks might be blocked.
So in very basic terms, the addition of the Amtrak service creates a greater window, which requires these crossovers to move trains to provide access through those windows.
That's right. The alternative would be if you have to hold the window for Amtrak and you don't have this capability, functionally, you just have to keep the trains off the line. And so then what happens is these trains would start to back up off this territory, off the map, back as far as, say, Houston. And that's not an exaggeration. We've seen Western carriers hold trains back in those types of ways when we have congestion in this gateway. Similarly, NS would hold at, say, Atlanta or Meridian, while CSX could get backed up as far as Mobile. So this would have, not having this capability would put a huge strain on the freight service. This allows trains to move in concert with that additional passenger burden.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to pause here in case there's some questions. I am going to discuss the freight lead with them, but I think this might be a good place to pause if people have questions.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Donahue. I have one, Mr. Hunt. These crossovers are, so, you know, I'm trying to match up your diagram with the projects in Mr. Niemeyer's verified statement.
Yes, sir.
So he has a St. John's crossover. Where is that?
That is depicted. That is depicted at this location, noted St. John at 5.2 NT milepost. That is this location, sir.
And which dotted lines are both of those lines referred to as the St. John's crossover?
That's correct. That would be what we call a universal crossover that allows movement from either track to either track directionally.
All right. So, all right. And then you have the Elysian Fields, appropriately named, crossover.
Yes, sir. That is this location here. That's the location I just noted that allows you to move either track to and from the CSX.
All right. So, and there are 3 sets of dotted lines there. Are all of those included in the Elysian Fields crossovers?
No, sir. The third NS project that's included in the NS projects is Terminal Junction.
Oh,
and that would be these 2 crossovers, one of which exists today and is simply powering up an existing crossover. That's this line. The new construction would be the ability to move from main track number 1 to main 2 into the yard. That doesn't exist.
But the lower dotted line is track which exists.
This line.
No, we're back to where you were. That portion.
Sir, that is an existing hand-operated crossover that would be converted to power operation.
Got it. Okay. And now the horizontal line you're about to go to, what's that part of? Is that an infrastructure project as well?
It is. And this is one that, if you asked my opinion, I would tell you is probably one of the most beneficial, if not the most beneficial projects, certainly in New Orleans, but across the entire corridor. It is called the Freight Lead Extension, and I can tell you more about that if you'd like me to.
Well, I'm only trying to relate it to the project listed in Mr. Niemeyer's verified statement. I'm not sure I see a Freight Lead Extension unless it's included.
I believe there were a number of additional projects that Mr. Niemeyer noted in his report. It was also referenced, I believe, and I may get the name of the filing incorrect, but I believe the RTC rebuttal filing spoke extensively to the Freight Lead Extension, but it was included in Mr. Niemeyer's report as an additional project for consideration.
Well, I'm looking at what has been labeled as Appendix B, the November 3rd verified statement by Ted Niemeyer. Is that the one I should be looking at here or something else?
Sir, if you would indulge me, if my counsel can provide me that.
There is.
Yes, it is, Chair.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. I do see at the very end, he refers to the Freight Lead Extension on page 11. Okay. So I'm wondering if you could tell us just by dimension, just go through each of these projects and tell us how many feet or miles they are, starting with the St. John's, just so I can make a note of that.
Yes. So St. John's is roughly 12,800 feet from Terminal Junction.
No, but how long is the construction project? Those two dotted lines, how much feet of track are we talking about?
Oh, now you're quizzing me on things outside of my ken, but the distance, universal crossover, and these would be installed as high-speed crossovers. So, number 20 potentially turnouts. You're talking about several hundred feet. It's not 1,000 feet. It's something less than that. It's, similar to the dimensions of this Paris interlocking that you will see in some drone footage. It's a relatively short space, and I'll actually show you also in a drone footage shortly the geographic location where that would go, and there's lots of room there. So you've got, what you would have is 12,000 clear feet to move through.
I'm just trying to understand the magnitude of the construction project. And with the other crossovers, I forgot the names already, the Elysian Fields and Terminal Junction crossovers, are those also several hundred feet?
So Elysian Fields exists today. You would be shifting the South Main Line ever so slightly to provide enough room to put a crossover in today where it is just a crossing line. But the footprint of Elysian Fields would not materially change. You would simply shift the main line somewhat to allow the space within the interlocking.
How many feet of main line do you have to shift?
That, sir, I can't answer.
I mean, are we talking about a few hundred again or something like that?
I can't tell you definitively, but there would be some amount of shifting.
All right. So none of those three crossovers at Elysian Fields or Terminal Junction represent new track. You're talking about new controlling of switching. Is that fair?
With the exception of this crossover that does not exist today, that would be a new installation, but it would be installed in the existing trackage.
What do you mean in the existing trackage?
It would connect mainline number 1 to mainline.
Oh, I
number
see.
2.
I
Yes,
see.
sir.
Okay. And is that also a few hundred feet like the St. John's?
And Terminal Junction today is an interlocking that exists. And so it would simply be a new crossover within the interlocking with some movement of the home signals, but yes, similarly sized.
And the freight lead?
And so the freight lead project, and this will hopefully be very clear here as we see some drone footage and just how trains operate. Today, this gray arrow depicts the holdout point, as I noted. Every train that operates to and from Norfolk Southern from the west moves to this track and inevitably stops either for a crew change, an engine swap, a work event within Oliver Yard. The trains sit here for some period of time by design, and there's nothing you can do to get around that because crews have to change, engines have to be swapped, and cars have to be set off and picked up. That's just railroad operations, as I'm sure you fully understand. That limits what Amtrak can use from a capacity standpoint because our freight operation requires us to do that. The reason this freight lead extension is so compelling is you would essentially pick that arrow up and set it down on this track here. And you now have a route that Amtrak can utilize at all of the times during the day. And it's not a one-off type of thing. Trains are moving over this line 24 hours a day. During all of those hours of the day, when you have a train parked there, and not because of inefficiency or not because we're doing something we could do better, simply because there is no other way to operate, you would clear that space for potential Amtrak movement. And that is why that project is so compelling, is absent that, a train just couldn't come into the picture and you would have to push those freight operations far out of this gateway. And I would posit that ultimately you're going to push traffic to other gateways and create other types of issues. It's almost like a ripple effect, introducing Amtrak without infrastructure. This is the infrastructure that keeps us fluid.
Let me just understand, the new construction there are the red dotted lines, right?
That is correct, sir. We have roughly 3,000 feet today on what we call the freight lead, which cannot accommodate any of the trains that operate simply because of length, and it never has been designed for that. It's essentially a yard lead in and out of the yard. This would extend that as a staging point or a place where trains could perform their work out of the way of Amtrak. And it would extend it out to roughly 12,000 of clear feet.
So it's another roughly 9,000 feet of line.
That's correct, sir. And that would tie in to this terminal junction project, and trains could then do the same types of moves that they do today. which is the reason for powering this one up.
Okay, and I do see that project now in Mr. Niemeyer's statement. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to understand the magnitude of what we were talking about here to some degree. We'll probably get into it more a little bit later. Are there other questions by board members on this diagram?
Yeah, I have a question,
right.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead, Karen.
It would appear that the freight lead would not only benefit Amtrak, but would also benefit other freight traffic that is being held when this long train is being serviced or whatever is being done to it. Is that correct?
So that's an interesting question. Obviously, to the extent that we're able to make those moves when they would conflict with a passenger train, there would be a benefit to the freight railroad because we will continue to be able to run our operation as we do today. What I would push back on slightly is the fact that the operation we have today works very well. We are able to make all of the moves we need to make on the back belt with the infrastructure that we have. The benefit that comes from the freight lead extension to the railroads is the ability to just continue to do business because, as I mentioned earlier, in compressing our operating window significantly every day, we're going to have to hold those trains out. And so
Right.
I suppose you can see that as a benefit to the railroads, but in reality, all that does is mitigate the impact of the passenger trains. We're not
Okay.
going to operate very differently than we do today. We'll simply have the ability to continue to do that.
Yeah, we've been told in the RTC model, it expects a 30% increase in growth. I don't know if that's a 30% increase in growth on your segment, but assuming additional growth, wouldn't that lead, make it, you say, you're operating okay today, but if you've got 10 or 20% more traffic, aren't you going to need something like that to accommodate the additional growth?
So the model didn't show that, and I'll tell you, I had the same skepticism of this particular project because it's an expensive project. There's no question. And so I was on the clean team. I personally said, let's make sure that we need this. Let's not recommend something that is going to be viewed as gold plating or something that's beneficial to the railroads. And so pointed at that, looked at it very closely. The model did not indicate that we need it, and we do project future growth. And I don't know exactly what the growth percentages were in the model. I'm sure the modeler can talk to you about that. But we have seen growth in this gateway. And as I noted earlier, we've made some significant infrastructure improvements. If you don't mind, I'll point some of those out. We built this Paris interlocking in the last several years as a collaborative effort with our Western carriers to increase fluidity. We signalized the entirety of the back belt. That used to be dark territory, and we installed a signal system over the entirety of it, all the way from the Huey P. Long Bridge to the terminal point at Terminal Junction. We installed positive train control on this entire railroad, and we've made upgrades at the East Bridge interlocking, all through collaborative effort with our connecting carriers to make sure that we can do our business in the future. So we've made lots of investments here. We'll continue to invest as the freight business requires it. But this freight lead is simply not a project that we foresee needing to do at any point in the future for the business that we project. And the model bore that out when we tested it thoroughly.
And can you tell me what the estimated cost is of the freight lead and the time to construct it?
So the freight lead cost is on the order of $80 to $90 million. There are 5 bridges involved. It's a significant track project. So there's a lot of work there. As far as constructability and timing, I would say, from the first day that we would put someone to work to design it until it could be successfully constructed and in service, under normal circumstances, you're somewhere in the neighborhood of 24 to 36 months because it's a major undertaking. Supply chain challenges, are challenging all of the materials in the railroad industry. We're seeing that. I'm sure you're fully aware of that, ma'am. And so that could challenge the project. But I would tell you, my understanding is that Amtrak has to do some fairly significant passenger work, station improvements, some things that are going to happen across this line with monies that they're going to expend for their purposes. We could construct all of these things on materially the same timeline that Amtrak can do their work, as I understand it. And so we would be doing, from whatever point we would know that the service was coming, whatever infrastructure has to be completed could be completed in concert with Amtrak's timeline.
Can you again explain to me why an additional track, I don't know if you said it was 7,000 feet or something like that, is going to cost $90 million?
Well, the five bridges, fairly significant bridges, are a big.
Well, where are the
portion.
bridges?
So generally, Frenchman Street, Paris, those are the names of the interlockings are street locations in the city, and the back belt across this entire 3-mile segment is grade separated from the public roadways. And so the bridges are the major intersections: Elysian Fields Road, Frenchman Street, Paris. There are several, and there's 2 other roads that are escaping me, but it's public roadways, and I believe there's one body of water as well, an industrial canal in this location that has.
Well, that's not on the freight lead.
You're correct, ma'am. I'm sorry. There are 5 bridges, and they are all roadways. If we pull up the aerial, I could probably zoom in and show you the locations, but the bridges are roadways, and I believe one body of water.
And they're on the freight lead.
They are on the freight lead extension. Yes, the additional 9,000
The freight
feet.
lead extension has 5 grade would have 5 grade crossings if you didn't build an overpass.
The overpasses exist today for the alignment, and so you would have no choice but to build the bridge in order to keep the railroad at the same elevation.
Well, why would you need? Okay, I understand that. I withdraw the question.
Let me ask this question. If you built the shorter lead than 9,000 feet, in other words, if you decided you were only going to run 10,000 foot trains, would you have fewer bridges to build?
I can't answer that definitively. My understanding in costing this, and I was part of the team that went out and did the field analysis to look at these locations and make sure that we targeted this infrastructure in the most cost-effective way. I don't believe a shorter version of this materially changes the cost. But sir, I can't tell you definitively that it might not cut one bridge off. I just wouldn't know what that would do to the price. I will tell you from a fluidity standpoint and the trains that are running today, this would be the optimal construction in order to ensure that Amtrak derived all of the benefits from the project.
Let me ask another question. You said that, that gray arrow represents a long train that stopped. And did you say that with the freight lead, you would move that long train to the freight lead?
Yes, ma'am. That is a 10,000 foot train.
Right.
And the freight lead would be 12,000 feet of clear space. And so again, while you couldn't directly drop that arrow on the line, you would be able to do that because that is to depict a 10,000 foot train.
Why not instead have Amtrak use the extended freight lead?
And that's a great question. And in reality, you could provide that flexibility. There's no rule that would say just because its name is the freight lead, that's what we call it today. That would functionally be like a third main line. And so in the event,
let me ask you
yes.
the next question, and maybe because I haven't seen this in an overhead. The expense of this is building the bridges. Could you build the freight lead at grade when you've got very short Amtrak trains going over there? Is there some reason why you'd have to build additional bridges?
Yes, ma'am. You can't build it at grade simply because the elevation of the railroad, the entire railroad is elevated through this entire corridor. And so you would have such a significant difference in height, even from where the existing freight lead terminates. You would have to tunnel into the ground in order to bring the railroad down to be an at-grade crossing. The railroad was constructed with these overpasses, and that's really the only way to do it.
Are you saying that the freight lead, it's separated here, obviously, in just a schematic, but basically would just be a wider bridge than the 2 main lines already occupy? Is that the concept here for us to understand?
That's correct, sir. It would either be a new span of some kind and likely would be a new span of a bridge. And these
But
tracks would
to,
parallel as they do today.
To Karen's point, if it were only going to be used to house whatever Amtrak 500 feet trains or whatever they are, it doesn't need to be this long if it was just used for the Amtrak trains to go around it. So you could make it a shorter span.
Well, sir, it's worth noting the Gulf Coast trains cannot operate on the freight lead. They would be coming from CSX, and so they would not have the optionality. The benefit here would be to the Crescent service potentially that exists today. They could use this line as well. But what you're essentially doing is, instead of having this as your staging area for all of the work in and out of Oliver Yard and all of your road trains, that becomes a clear space for Amtrak to operate, and you move that freight service out of their way. So this isn't a case of, creating a route for Amtrak. This is providing the capability for the freight railroads to continue to operate in light of the added passenger service, if that makes sense.
So what you're saying is that from the freight lead, Amtrak could not connect if it's going north to either the North Main or the South Main.
Absent adding additional infrastructure to this project, which the model did not recommend. And I in good conscience wouldn't recommend that as additional money we would ask the public to bear. It's not necessary under the scenario in RTC. It is certainly something that could be added if that was something Amtrak was interested in doing.
Well, couldn't you, right now, the freight lead is 3,000 feet long, which is plenty long enough for an Amtrak train. I guess that's where Karen was going. Couldn't you use the existing freight lead to divert the Amtrak trains and then connect them up to the CSX line?
No, sir, because the freight lead terminates at Frenchman Street today, and the trains that want to operate to the CSX operate at Elysian Fields. These things, again, with the drone footage, it'll become apparent how close they are, but you're talking about less than a 1/10 to 2/10 of a mile of clear space. There would be no reason for an Amtrak train to touch the freight lead as it exists today. And there's no connectivity at this end of the railroad today that would allow, say, a Crescent train to get around something. But the real impact is the fact that a train that is working off of number 2 Main for whatever purpose, a recrew, a work event of dropping off, picking up cars, locomotive swap, all of the reasons trains are parked there, including just staging to be handled onto or off of a main line that might already be occupied, is going to be blocking this today. And that's what this freight lead mitigates against, is that blockage. You have now taken that train completely out of the mix, and all of your existing infrastructure remains for the passenger service.
Well, let me ask you this question, Mr. Hunt, if I could. Currently, the Crescent trains go over this same back belt stretch, correct?
They do, sir.
And you are functioning okay? You haven't seen the need to build any new infrastructure?
Well, we've built a significant amount of infrastructure. The Paris interlocking, as I noted, the complete signalization of the back belt.
No, but beyond what you now have, if the Gulf Coast disappeared tomorrow, you're functioning okay with the Crescent. You said you weren't planning any more infrastructure, correct?
Not for the existing operation. No, sir. We are hunky dory, as they say.
All right. So you've got 2 1-hour windows there. You told us, where you stop all freight trains so the Crescent can go through.
Correct.
I haven't closely examined the proposed Gulf Coast train leave times and so forth. But did you consider the idea of putting the Gulf Coast trains in those same 1-hour windows? Did you think about that?
My understanding, sir, is that the schedules that were proposed by Amtrak. If they would, and I'll put it to you this way: under normal circumstances, when we have these collaborative efforts in negotiating for new service to come on to Norfolk Southern lines, at least, and I'm speaking only for Norfolk Southern, I can't speak for my CSX counterpart. But this very conversation that we're having right now is very similar to the conversation that accompanies the negotiation around an infrastructure package, because once we have an RTC model that's been completed and we have looked at it, vetted it, everybody agrees, we have a suite of infrastructure that the model recommends. The next stage of that is naturally negotiation around what are we going to build? What are the operational changes that could be made? What's the next stage here that gets us to getting the the service implemented. And so that's what's sort of been lacking in this process. The fact that we're here before the board to make these decisions. We've not had the opportunity to review this infrastructure with Amtrak or to have these discussions around operational changes. But that's the normal way we do this. And if there's a way to mitigate it, we would.
Understand that. I understand that, Mr. Hunt. But my question is, nothing prevented you from sitting at your desk at NS and saying, I wonder what would happen if Amtrak put those Gulf coastlines in that same 1 hour window. You were free to consider that. And I'm wondering if you did consider it.
To my knowledge, you would have to ask the modeler if anything like that was done. I am not aware of that exercise because the schedules were handed to us.
So you didn't think about it. That's all I'm asking.
Sir, I didn't engage in that.
No, my
exercise.
objection, Mr. Chair. This is going into cross-examination.
It's noted and it's needed for this witness, Mr. Donahue. So I want to get an answer to my question. Did you, I take it, Mr. Hunt, that you personally, which is all I'm asking, did not consider whether that might work to put the Gulf Coast trains in the same existing 1 hour windows? Is that?
I did not study that. No, sir.
I'm sorry. I've just lost your audio.
Can you hear me now, sir?
Now I can. Yes. What was
Okay.
the answer?
I did not study that scenario. No, sir.
All right. And to your knowledge, did anybody else?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. And would it not be possible for you to consider that here on the witness stand? I take it you'd need to go back to the drawing board to consider that.
That would absolutely require some additional consideration.
Well, I wouldn't put you to answer the question now, but it seems to me, Mr. Hunt, that this is in lieu of $90 million of taxpayers' money, the thought process be worth at least engaging in. I take it, Mr. Hunt, you are part of the team that wants this board to accept the proposal from CSX and NS about the 14 projects. You're here in support of that, are you?
I support the ability for the freight railroads to continue to do our business without unreasonable impairment. Yes, sir.
Is the answer to my question that you're here urging us to condition any allowing of trains on the building of the 14 projects? Is that a fair statement?
I believe infrastructure should be and must be a part of this if we're not going to melt down, for lack of a better word, our operations in New Orleans.
Yes, but specific to 14 projects. Are you part of the team urging us to approve it? Can you answer that question?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right. And one of those projects is this $90 million freight lead.
The freight lead is a part of the infrastructure package we would ask you to consider seriously.
Okay. I don't have anything further at this time. Any other board members have any questions?
I do.
Go ahead, Robert.
Mr. Hunt, couple things. You alluded to the fact that generally that we're sort of out of whack because generally there's an agreement on the RTC before sort of moving ahead. Is that what you sort of alluded to before?
Well, I think I was speaking to the larger process. I think all of us would agree this is not the way we would like to do this, or we've done it before. But NS has a unique experience with having very successful implementations of service, and the natural endpoint after completion of an RTC model is reviewing the proposed infrastructure and deciding what's appropriate and what we might be able to mitigate with operational changes. So that's certainly a part of the exercise.
Okay. And would you say, I know you spoke before early in the questioning about your work on previous projects that involved RTC. Have you faced any project as challenging or where you haven't agreed, all parties have not agreed on RTC before moving forward?
I am not aware, and even before my time in this role directly dealing with this, I mean, we obviously have records that are available for review. I've not seen where we've ever made a change to a passenger service, commuter service, any type of new introduction or expansion that we didn't use RTC. And I'm not aware of any initiatives.
I know not RTC. I guess I'm just saying where you didn't agree, where the parties did not agree on the RTC.
No, all of the implementations that have started have worked, and we've agreed. I'm not aware of anything.
Right. So this is unusual.
Very unusual and very unpleasant.
I understand both of those. So I want to ask also, you in your comments before, you alluded to sort of the fluidity of this area in the network, that, if things are held or something goes wrong, it could be held all the way back to Houston. And you cited that example. How many times has that happened? Or does that frequently happen? I mean,
it does not. And so that's an extreme example, but I'll draw you to a specific geographic period where, maybe even the board might have heard rumblings of these types of things, because there are no doubt service challenges in the industry. The pandemic was part of it, but the return of business and the, auto business coming back to life, lots of things have led to congestion at various points around the freight system. At this time right now, New Orleans is running great. It has its challenges, episodic events, but there's no major systemic issue that we feel we need to fix, and nothing that we see on the horizon that we think needs fixing. New Orleans is running well. Some number of months ago, at the end of last year, we had a slightly different situation for a short period of time, and we did have some congestion in this gateway, largely driven by crew availability and other issues. We worked very quickly to mitigate those impacts to get the gateway back to normal. But we did see trains that were backed up to Houston, and we saw trains that were in Atlanta and places holding to traverse this territory. So that's a rarity. That doesn't happen very often, and it certainly doesn't happen absent, what I would call these sort of unprecedented economic conditions that are driving some of this. But we've seen it, and I believe, with my knowledge and having worked in this gateway and been directly responsible for operations here for some number of years, that we are going to see the same type of thing. I mean, it's going to be, and that would happen on a permanent basis. If we introduce passenger service into this gateway without taking into account what is going to happen and what we know from history, you are going to see a mass exodus of traffic from this gateway that's going to impact shippers. It's going to impact the overall cost of freight service. And it's certainly going to upend our ability to do our business the way we do today. It's just a reality.
Did you see an exodus in shipping during what you say is the meltdown?
Well, I did not call that the meltdown. I referred to the meltdown as what we will see if we introduce this passenger service on a permanent basis.
You alluded to the beginning of service, in the period where you're backing up to Houston. Did you see an exodus of shippers leaving this area because of that?
Well, I'm proud that our industry responds very quickly in times of crisis. We have gotten very good at tuning our resources and making operational changes as quickly as possible. We did not see a mass exodus of traffic. We pivoted to fix the problem and got back onto schedule as quickly as possible.
That's the answer I was looking for. Okay.
Yes, sir. I apologize.
So no one left the network. And so during that time that you had that degradation of service, did you implement any infrastructure improvements to help mitigate any of that degradation, that backup back to Houston?
So that's a good kind of foil against what we're talking about here. The problem that we saw several months ago was something that we could identify, and we knew what the problem was, and it wasn't infrastructure based, and infrastructure couldn't have been put in place fast enough to correct it. And so we made the other changes that we had control over to fix it. But infrastructure wasn't needed for that. That was that was an episodic type of event. In this case, you would be introducing on a permanent basis an impediment that has no operational solution. What you would be saying is, hey, let's put something out there and see what happens. And my true belief is that it would be, incredibly harmful, and it would be instantly harmful.
So the other issue I wanted to raise, and thank you for that answer. You had said that the trains hold for a time for crews for working in the yard. You also made that indication that if there was a workaround, trains could go around that train that was working and go into the yard without holding either. So again, sort of piggybacking on what my colleague said, there would be, even though it's not built for that reason, there would be a benefit to Norfolk Southern and others because of those extensions being constructed. Is that correct?
So again, I want to draw the distinction between, what we mean when we say benefit.
My thing is, if you can get another train in the yard that you couldn't get because it had to hold for that train that was getting crews, that's a benefit because you can have a train moving around it and in the yard and working instead of waiting for that train that's waiting for crews to move. So
I would push back on
would
that.
would that be a benefit?
It wouldn't, and I'll tell you why. We don't need to make that move. Today we have an operational plan. That train would simply hold, and it would hold.
Mr. Hunt, I'm not saying you don't need to. I'm not saying whether it need to, but if you can get a train in earlier than what you do today, is that a benefit? Into the
Yep.
around a sitting train, you don't see that as a benefit.
I see that as a passenger benefit. The benefit there is getting that train that would otherwise be sitting out of the way of Amtrak. And that was the point I was trying to make, is it gives you the flexibility to make sure you're not blocking the route during those 6+ hours.
Like I said, I completely understand that, but
I'm content. I guess I would say I'm content to wait in the alternative because that's how we operate today. And we're comfortable with that operation. We've planned around that type of operation. So while there may be some perceived benefit from doing it the other way because of the passenger trains, it's not a benefit that we would otherwise fund or need on our own. It's simply not something we would do.
Understood that. That wasn't, my question was just, would you benefit if it was there?
I suppose we may do things slightly different if something existed, but I'm speculating as to how we would use it other than to clear the way for Amtrak.
Okay, thank you.
Patrick?
Yes, thank you, Marty. Mr. Hunt, good to see you. I heard you to say that when Norfolk Southern experiences an influx of new traffic on a line, it looks at all the operating changes it can make before it decides to spend infrastructure. Do I have that basically right?
I think most railroads probably look to do operational things first versus spending money. I think that's fiscally conservative.
So, I'm wondering if you could kind of clarify the categories of operating changes that go through the railroad's mind as they're exploring those mitigation techniques. I think we've discussed, and, please stop me if any of these aren't the type of changes or categories of things that you all think about. And if you wouldn't mind adding to that, so I have a more fulsome understanding of what you're describing. I think routing changes or just to the operating plan of existing trains, changes in yard work and location of trains and yards, changes in train length, and changes in existing train length and changes in existing train timing. Are all those sort of categories you have in mind?
Those are all of the things that we might think about. Absolutely.
Is there something I'm missing?
No, generally you've hit it on. I mean, locations of work events, train length, train plan, timing. Those are the big things from a service design standpoint that can be tweaked.
And how many as you're looking at operating changes, how typically in your experience do you use an RTC model to inform the operating changes? So let's say, for example, in the instance that NS is starting a new priority intermodal service that is going to be adding significant traffic to a line. Do you look at the operating changes through an RTC model?
So less often do we use RTC to study service design changes. More often we look at RTC to study infrastructure improvements. And RTC, as has been noted at some length during these last few days, RTC is sort of the gold standard for telling you where it makes sense to do something that costs a lot of money. And so we use that tool to do exactly what you just noted, which is to say, we may have this operational issue. We've run the traps on all of these things that we can consider, like train length and work locations and yard origins, things like that, timing of trains. But now we think maybe we do need a crossover. Maybe we need to extend a siding. And so that's where RTC comes in, is you put those things into your model and you you put all of your existing operational assumptions and understandings and inputs into the model, and then you overlay a proposed capital investment, and you say, what does that do to my operation? Is it going to give me the benefit that I perceive, or do I need to throw that out and start from scratch with another idea? It's really about vetting something to ensure that you don't spend money in the wrong place, and that's how we approach this.
That's very clear. And so, I guess just one more question for me is, when you were running the traps on the operating changes, can you point out or anything that you've contributed or that you're aware that Norfolk Southern has contributed, documenting that you all ran the traps on operating changes in the record?
So as I noted, we didn't really meet that stage. We we were handed schedules and we were handed a requirement to introduce a service as the baseline with no infrastructure. We built the model that way. We assumed that our operations are going to continue and that we are further going to grow in the ways that the model contemplates. And we mitigated for those circumstances. And so now we're at the stage where we otherwise, in a collaborative effort, could have discussions like that, but this is not obviously a collaborative effort at this point. And so we're left with what we have.
I want to make sure I want to make sure I'm understanding you, Mr. Hunt. I thought you had said that in typical scenarios where Norfolk Southern has an influx of traffic, say priority freight traffic, before you get to the RTC model, you look at all of the operating changes.
Mm-hmm. So in a typical, and I think you posed the question of a freight scenario, and that's a little slightly different than this scenario.
Well, I hear you, but I'm just trying to think about, is there any, can you point me to any evidence in the record that would suggest that before you got to the RTC model in this case, you looked at all of the operating changes? And is that in the record? And if you could you point me?
I'm not aware of somewhere I could point you, but what I could tell you is, we were on the path with Amtrak initially through the HDR modeling process where we were getting very close to the finish line and would have gotten into those types of discussions. You can't really look at operational tweaks in a vacuum. I can look at my service all day long and I can say, if you're going to take away 6 hours of my capacity, how would I try to survive? But that completely ignores what tweaks might be made to the Amtrak schedules. I mean, you can't look at these things in isolation. And so I would say I personally wasn't involved in operational reviews of changes, but I don't think those types of reviews could have been fully completed or even really completed at all absent Amtrak as a participant. We never got there.
But you had said, I just want to absolutely, I thought you had said when it comes to spending Norfolk Southern's money, you look at routing, operating plan, yard work, train length, and train timing first. You run those traps first. I thought, isn't that what you said?
We sure do.
Okay. All right. I'm good. Thank you so much.
All right. Any other board members? Because I have a follow-up, but I defer to any others who have questions. Mr. Hunt, I had the moment to re-examine your verified statement that you filed with Mr. Johnson. And, that is signed by both of you and covers different parts of the proposed route. Would it be fair for me to conclude that the parts that deal with the back belt were written by you?
I would say that's probably a fairly good general assumption, but if you wanted me to point me to some specific language, I can confirm.
That's why I asked. I wanted to point you to the language.
If I may, sir, I have a copy. That's the only thing I have on the desk. May I
please
use my copy to follow along?
I'm on page 9.
Okay, sir.
Paragraph that begins to help mitigate the adverse impacts in the New Orleans terminal area, so forth and so on. That paragraph, I take it, would be one that you wrote.
I believe, yes, sir. I was involved in drafting that.
Here's the thing I wanted to ask you about, just in light of the discussion we've been having here with me and the other board members. Around the middle of the paragraph, you say the extended freight lead would be beneficial to passenger trains through the elimination of certain conflicts with freight trains on NSR trackage, but also to the freight trains of the carriers that operate across NSR trackage in New Orleans. You then say the project, estimated to cost on the order of 80 million, was not ultimately recommended for funding due to the high cost and the direct benefits to freight service. You then go on to say, however, it should be strongly considered. So in your verified statement, you say this project was not ultimately recommended, but yet it ended up in the RTC report. How did that happen?
Note my objection to the cross-examination by the chair.
Well, note the fact that this is examination. You can characterize it any way you want to, Mr. Donahue. We're going to get to the bottom of whether and how the taxpayer should fund these projects. That is part of our public responsibility, and I intend to get the facts, Mr. Donahue, so. you
And
can
I'd like a ruling on my objection.
It's noted.
And while we're on this, I have an issue that the chair is ruling on objections that are directly related to him and questions he is asking.
The board stands ready to overrule or vote on any of the objections you made, and invite them to do so now if they choose to. Hearing none, Mr. Hunt, could I ask the court reporter to read the question back?
I remember the question, sir.
All right, please answer it then.
So the question of benefits to freight service. So when we initially looked at the freight lead extension, and again, I was on the clean team. I think I noted that earlier. And this is a project that I was highly skeptical of because of the cost. And there's a little bit of sticker shock when you see that number. It only became apparent after several iterations of modeling that this was something that was absolutely necessary. And the reason it was characterized this way initially as something that wasn't ultimately recommended is we looked at the benefits to Norfolk Southern in particular because it's our railroad, and there was a slight benefit to our railroad in the model. And slight, I don't have the exact numbers. You'd have to ask the modelers that. They can get into that with you. But there was a benefit to us. There was also, however, a significant detriment to our connecting carriers. And so and I don't hold me to the exact number, but it was in the order of something like 35% increase in delays to traffic absent the freight lead extension. And so we were initially looking at this analysis from the standpoint of Norfolk Southern and CSX. And I will admit I had somewhat of tunnel vision in looking at it that way. And I said, okay, we do have some negligible increase in freight benefit. And so maybe this isn't the project to make part of this deal. But upon further consideration and work with the clean team and thinking about my connecting partners, that 35% detriment to the foreign or connecting carrier railroads, that's not just detriment to them, that's detriment to my business as well. If my business to Norfolk Southern and to CSX is going to experience a nearly 40% increase in delay, that has a direct impact on me. And so you can look at the numbers and say that there might be some slight freight benefit that might cast this out. But that freight lead extension is the only project that mitigates against the significant and severe impairment of the connections with the Western carriers. And that's what New Orleans is all about. It's just about bridging the gap between East and West and allowing traffic to move. And so if we don't build the freight lead extension, we have resigned ourselves to the fact that traffic is not going to move efficiently in the future. And so I understand what the verified statement says, and I stand by the words in the context that I wrote them. But, upon further consideration, and I think a little more context around, how that project is viewed now and what the model actually showed upon further modeling that was addressed in the rebuttal report, the world looks a little differently. And this freight lead extension is a very compelling project to protect both Amtrak and the freight business as it exists today and in the future.
Well, just so I could understand, because, we have a record here that it's been filed and we're reading, and you want us to rely on it. You said you stand by the words in your verified statement. You didn't say the benefits to freight service were slight. You just said direct benefits to freight service.
I did say that, sir,
and
without a noted percentage or impact.
This was submitted in November of last year, correct?
I will take you at your word that that's the date. Yes, sir.
I think it came in on the November 3rd filing. Council could correct me if that's not the right date. But you've been working on this project since Amtrak filed its case a year ago, did you not?
The RTC modeling did not commence that early. Maybe a year ago. I couldn't tell you the exact time.
Whenever the RTC modeling began is when you began your more focused work on this matter.
I got involved heavily as a part of the clean team. I was not involved in the initial stages, but as you've heard, the clean team, got very involved, and that's when I stepped into this process.
It was some period of time prior to your filing your verified statement, some months. We were working on it before you wrote this statement. Would that be?
I honestly don't recall the exact timing, sir, but I'll concede there might have been some time that passed.
Well, you didn't want to. I guess what I'm trying to understand is you filed this statement. You wanted us to rely on it. You told us in that statement that the 80 million was not ultimately recommended. And then later you changed your mind. Is that a way to understand how you're testifying today?
I would tell you that at the time that I filed this statement, I was not aware of the significant impairment to the Western carriers in the way that I became aware. And I became a very strong advocate for the freight lead extension after we did the modeling that included it and showed that we could protect the interests of our Western partners and our own business as it comes to and from them with this project. And so my skepticism of the project and concern about the cost and direct benefits was quickly replaced by seeing that this was not simply benefiting the railroads. This is maintaining status quo. And so that's the change of heart I've had. Yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Hunt, all I would say is I have to take into account your lengthy and extensive experience, which is impressive, and your ability and your job when I try to assess your failure to take into account the Western railroads at the time you filed a sworn statement with this board. Seems a little bit of an anomaly here that this would.
Objection to the commentary by the board.
I want to give him a chance to comment on it, Mr. Donahue.
I have an objection standing.
It's noted. You want to comment on that, Mr. Hunt?
Can you?
No,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I caught the.
Well, the question is, I guess it just strikes me as of concern that somehow your heavy involvement with this whole your railroad, with this main center of rail traffic, as you pointed out many times, and we're all aware of it. All the class ones come together, and somehow you went to the trouble of providing a sworn statement to this board and hadn't thought through the impact on the Western railroads until afterwards, after you've been working on this.
Objection to the cross-examination of my witness.
It strikes me as an anomaly, Mr. Hunt. If you would like to comment on it, your objection's noted, Mr. Donahue.
I would, sir. And I think my response would be the modeling that has changed my mind on this was not completed when I filed this verified statement. There was a rebuttal RTC report that was offered where additional modeling was completed, and you'd have to speak to the modelers about what was done differently. But I can tell you definitively that the freight lead extension was modeled in the second round, that was presented in the RTC rebuttal report in a way that I had not previously seen. And so when I saw that and the results of the project, yes, I changed my mind because I had new information. So I recognize where you're coming from, sir. I will tell you I am very committed. I'm a taxpayer myself. I'm sure most of us are, if not all of us. I don't want my dollars to go to any project that doesn't make sense. And with the information that I had at my disposal when we first reviewed this, I was skeptical of the project. And I personally said, I'm not sure that's one we ought to recommend. But when I saw the additional modeling, I have made peace with that. And not only have I made peace with it, I now fully support the project as the right thing to do for the freight industry and the passenger service, because to not do this project, among other projects that are also necessary, you are going to doom this passenger service to failure at this end of the railroad. And you are certainly going to drastically impact the customers that rely on this gateway. It's just a fact. And so I understand, I hear what you're saying, sir. And I would agree with you that there's some reason to question that, but I had incomplete information, and the subsequent modeling that we did to address these very concerns have put my heart at ease about this project.
Well, I would say, Mr. Hunt, it's very beneficial to this board for you to be as forthcoming as you have been, at least from your point of view, as to how your views evolved. And I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Hunt, if I can, I do want to follow up on that, because I think it seemed like there was a point of contention when I asked you, was there a benefit? You seemed hesitant about asking that. And the chairman just said, your sworn statement that you acknowledged that there was, even when you weren't going to recommend that. And I think for me, I wasn't trying to play a gotcha. I just wanted to see whether or not you saw that as a benefit. And clearly your statements said that. And I just want to make sure and be clear that, that you see it as there is a benefit to Norfolk Southern through this project, not just from the passengers from Amtrak side, but from the Norfolk Southern side. Is
Well,
that,
I want to make sure that I'm perfectly clear about this perceived benefit, and I hope I just
it's not,
addressed
no, I
it.
mean, it's not perceived. You in your statement said that there was a benefit, and you said that you may not agree with it, but you said there was one. Now, again,
There was a benefit at the time prior to the initial modeling, or I'm sorry, prior to the secondary modeling that became part of the RTC rebuttal report. There was a benefit that I was not comfortable with, as I just stated. After taking into account the larger suite of detriment, the 35+% detriment to our connecting carriers, and then modeling this in a way that showed us that that was an offset to that detriment, I no longer see this as highly beneficial to the railroads. I don't have the same concerns that I had, and I don't call this a railroad beneficial project. But for the passenger service, I would still say this is absolutely not something that Norfolk Southern should do now or in the future.
but for the record, I didn't say it was highly beneficial.
I can agree. I can agree that it
benefit.
provides some level. I apologize, sir. I interrupted you. Please continue.
No, go ahead.
I'll just say we can quibble about degrees of benefit. My feeling stands that this is not a project of any material benefit to the railroads. That's probably the best way to say it.
Okay.
Any benefit that I see being derived from this is not a benefit that we would ever pursue on our own.
And forgive me for not knowing, but since you did change your mind, did you file a rebuttal to your initial statement saying that you changed your mind and that your sworn statement was not correct?
Objection, cross-examination by the board.
I'm not aware of a new.
Objection is noted. I'm sorry. Go ahead and answer the.
I'm not aware if I've subsequently filed something. I don't recall having filed an additional addendum to this.
And counsel, I just wanted to make sure that if he said that he changed his mind, I just want to make sure that it was there for the record that we acknowledge that he changed his mind.
I understand.
Well, I do note in this initial verified statement the importance of the project. So my mind hasn't changed on that. I just feel much more strongly having had the benefit of additional study.
And I understand that. My question was based partially on the record that said that there was a benefit. So thank you.
Any other board questions for Mr. Hunt before Mr. Donahoe resumes?
Yes, I do. Mr. Hunt, you mentioned that if the freight lead.
I'm sorry, Michelle, I couldn't see. Go ahead.
You mentioned that if the freight lead is not constructed, that there would be an impact to NS customers. I wondered if you could speak to what that impact might be and what NS would be willing to do in order to mitigate those results.
So I'm not sure what we're empowered to do. Our customers are simply, going to be impacted. What the impacts are going to be is significant and severe congestion in this gateway. You are going to have 6+ hours of the day where this shuts down, where you don't have that situation existing today. And this is a gateway, as I noted, it's busy. It's, I call it the Chicago of the South. All of your railroads are moving traffic to and from each other here, and they have to move that traffic or it has to stop and back up somewhere. And so you're going to see traffic that ripples out from this gateway across the various carriers' networks in different ways. You're going to have customers that are going to see, in my view, intolerable delay to shipments as those ripple effects are realized. And ultimately, customers are going to have to make decisions like, do I continue to try to ship with the railroad, or do I truck something, or do I put it over Memphis as opposed to New Orleans? All kinds of considerations and predicaments that customers are going to be forced into that they don't have to even consider today. And so there's not much Norfolk Southern can do if this service is introduced without any infrastructure. We are stuck with the situation. I don't think the customers would find that very fair, and I don't view that as very fair. I think we ought to do this in a reasoned way that protects the interests of the passengers and the interests of the freight customers.
I seem to have been frozen up here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So Michelle, were you finished?
I was, thank you.
Yes. All right. Any other questions? Mr. Donahoe, you may proceed.
Chair, I think this might be a good time to take a break. We're going to go into some drone footage So I think this might be good timing if it's acceptable with the board.
Mr. Donahoe, let me ask you this question. Do you anticipate having to go into a confidential breakout with this witness?
I do not.
All right, because that would speed things up. You're subject to board questioning, which of course you can't anticipate, nor can I. What's your estimation of the timing of your remaining direct examination?
20 minutes. Let me just explain, Chair. We have 2 drone footages that were not made as exhibits, but they were turned over to Amtrak. And frankly, based on some of the questions yesterday, Mr. Hunt pulled these up. As I said, they have been turned out. We think it explains better answering the questions some of the board has. And then there's 2 other drone videos, which might not be necessary, frankly, that were made joint exhibits. So the first 2 drone videos are maybe 2 minutes and a minute or so. They're very short. I think it's beneficial because they show the lines without any freight cars on it. So they're kind of naked pictures. So I think the board will get a good understanding of exactly what we're talking about.
Well, I'm wondering, so just to be clear, are these drones ones that were made after my request at the pre-hearing conference?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All of them, whether you mark them or not.
Yes, sir.
All right. And Amtrak has all of them.
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm wondering, would it be better to go finish the direct examination and break if it's only 20 minutes, or is there something?
That's fine.
need?
I'll do whatever the board wants.
Whichever is your preference, Mr. Donahoe. It doesn't make much difference to us. What's most efficient? You prefer to break now?
I actually do.
All right. Then
Thank you.
We'll accommodate that. It's 11:18. Why don't we reconvene at 11:30? All right, Matt, are we back on?
You are, go ahead.
All right, we are resuming. Mr. Hunt, you understand you remain sworn?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, Mr. Donahue, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Hunt, I don't think it's been made clear yet about the freight lead extension. If in fact that is put in place, does that eliminate any other proposed projects by Norfolk Southern?
It does not.
Is just to follow up one more question before we get to the drone footage. So initially, you didn't propose the freight lead extension, but considered it. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Then, from what I heard from your testimony, based on receiving additional facts, seeing how the model ran, taking in more information, then you came to the conclusion that it was necessary?
Yes, sir.
And is it your understanding that that was included in Norfolk Southern's rebuttal that was filed?
It was.
I'd like to pull up a drone footage, and I think this will help explain exactly the areas we're talking about. So if we can pull up the first one, and we will subsequently mark this as Norfolk CSX Joint Exhibit 307. Can you tell the board what we're seeing here?
Before you put it up, Mr. Donahue, any objections from the port or Amtrak?
As long as it's offered for the same reason, just as a visual aid, we have no objection.
It will be, Chair.
All right.
The board has no objection.
All right, then proceed, Mr. Donahue.
Thank you. Mr. Hunt, could you tell the board what we're seeing here?
Sure. Before the video begins, just to set the stage, I mentioned that the terminal junction is the point of the first infrastructure project. If you're working from east to west, it is also the location where the freight lead extension originates. And so this is terminal junction. This is essentially the end of the back belt at the easternmost terminus. As you're looking at the screen, you're facing a westward direction. To your left would be the entrance to Oliver Yard, and that track off to the screen to the left goes into Oliver Yard. The track that you are sitting on now looking is the track that would continue to the north and operate onto the line north of New Orleans and onto Norfolk Southern.
Why don't we do this real quick if we can? Can you put up a stick one, please? It's been previously admitted. And maybe we've kind of gone away from it. Maybe it'll be easier to understand the area that we're talking about.
Okay, so at this time, if the location, the video begins essentially in this location is the viewpoint that you have. You are on what will become main track number 1 at the terminal junction sign at the beginning of the interlocking, and we will operate from east to west along the line, observing the infrastructure that I'll point out.
Now if we can go to the
Mr. Hunt, before we leave this drawing.
Yes, sir.
Where your cursor is, and there's a little line that goes down to the freight lead, I guess.
This line?
No, just above that.
Above it.
This line?
Yeah, is that other track we saw in the photo?
That is the beginning of main track number 2, sir. So
That's not the
coming
track.
from the north, you split into, there's a single lead to get to either of the main lines. So
Well,
I'll denote that point on the drone footage.
All right, but in the photo, we saw a track off to the left side of the photo just now.
That would have been this track, sir.
I see. Okay. And
Yes.
we are west of the bridge,
We are here, and the track to the left is here.
right? And where's the bridge that we saw yesterday? The main bridge over the CSX track.
That would be off the screen.
Okay.
If you follow the 2 CSXT, sir, it's that direction.
Got it.
And for reference, I will tell you the distance from Elysian Fields from this point of the connection to that bridge
Yeah.
is roughly 12,000 feet.
Okay. That's
So when
right.
you have a long train, for example, and I wasn't going to note this, but I will since you asked,
Yeah.
that bridge can come into play for trains traversing the CSX leaving the back belt as well.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Donahue, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, can you kind of explain to the board what we're seeing here?
Yes. So you are sitting at the home signals for Terminal Junction. As I noted, you're on that track that would go to the north. This is the track that Chairman Oberman noted goes into the yard off to the left. And if we start the animation, I'll sort of speak to what you're seeing. And I am happy to stop at any point if somebody would like me to stop this. But you are observing the same vantage point of any train that might operate onto the back belt. And so as you operate in a westbound direction, you're going to see 3 tracks geographically from right to left, main number 1, main number 2. And at this location, this is the beginning of the freight lead as it exists today. And so throughout all of these videos, main number 1 will be the track that the video is the video's vantage point. Main number 2 is the track that is primarily used to come from the west to the east. And this freight lead is the track that could ultimately be extended to give a third option to keep track number 2 open for Amtrak. And so the first infrastructure project that is going to come into view would be the connection of main number 1 to main number 2. There is not a connection today, as you can see. So there's no operation from main 1 into Oliver Yard. It's an impossible move today. You must use main track 2. That is the first proposed crossover at Terminal Junction that would be built in this vicinity.
Mr. Hunt, on Mr. Niemeyer's verified statement, is that called Elysian Field crossovers?
No, sir. That's Terminal Junction.
Oh, Terminal Junction. I see. Okay. Got
Yes,
it.
sir.
2 new crossovers. This is one of them.
The one that is not pictured would be new construction, and that
Yeah.
would be from number 1 main to number 2.
And it'd be right around here someplace.
Right in this vicinity, almost exactly where my cursor is positioned right now. It would
All
be a crossover in this direction that would allow operation of the yard.
Got it.
The second improvement at Terminal Junction, the other crossover, is the one that you see here. It exists today. However, it is a hand-operated crossover. It would be powered for dispatcher-controlled operation from the freight lead to the main line.
Randy, what's the benefit of powering it as opposed to hand operated?
So a hand-operated crossover in this context, if you're going to extend the freight lead and start to use that for the purposes of making all of these different types of moves we've talked about, including operating north as a mainline movement after a recrew or an engine swap, that's not practical if that's a hand-operated crossover, because an employee must get off the locomotive, wait for the entire train to traverse, reline the crossovers to its proper position, which is obviously lined for mainline operation under normal circumstances. And then that employee would have to walk or be taxied back to the head end of the train. So as the freight lead extension is conceived, that is an inefficient, and it would cause delay if that were a hand-operated crossover.
Mr. Hunt, the track's already there. Generally speaking, are you able to say what is the cost of powering up a hand-powered switch?
Sir, I would have to point you to Mr. Niemeyer's report, but it's likely that there may have to be some track rehabilitation as well. That is a very infrequently used crossover. I'm not sure that it doesn't contemplate complete replacement of that track, but it is an existing footprint. And so the work presumably is less from a design standpoint. It is and cheaper. But I would have to refer you to Niemeyer's report. For the cost.
But just looking at this picture, there are crossovers like that all over the country I'm familiar with. There's nothing special about this location to power up a crossover, right? Other than whatever the condition the track is in.
There is not, except that this is not an interlocked location today because it's hand operated and it is outside of this home signal that you see. The home signal would have to move to incorporate that. And so there is some signal work associated with that, but there's nothing special about this location.
Got it. Okay. That's very helpful. Thank you.
And as you can see, I mean, as an example, at the bottom left of your screen, that is a powered switch machine. So it would be essentially installing that at the location farther up the track.
Just in the interest of full disclosure, I had the honor of actually hand flipping a switch last year. So I know what's involved.
There you go.
Continue, Randy.
All right. And I believe if you want to advance, please skip ahead to sort of where we were. Okay, so that's the conclusion of the first video. That is a view of Terminal Junction and the associated improvements. And I, again, would ask you to note the location of the beginning of the freight lead as it exists today.
Randy, just pause for a second.
Sure.
So we will supplement our exhibit list and make this joint NSCSX Exhibit 308.
Hey, before you go forward, Council, can you, the chart that had that we were looking at before, where is that located on our?
Sure. You mean a stick?
Yeah. So I can, I want to follow that along as we do the.
Sure.
Why don't we start, if you're okay, maybe we use the improved version for purposes of this?
That have both of them?
With the both?
Yeah. If the board's fine with this, Robert, actually, we were going to have both of them on the screen at the same time. Okay. I was worried it was confusing, but we can do that if that's helpful.
Well, I was just going to say the other schematic that shows the improvements might help.
Oh, that's better. Thank you.
So, Member Primus, if I can answer your question, geographically, the view that you just saw was this location right here. I pointed out the location where the new crossover would be constructed. That's this line depicted in the red dashed. And the location where the crossover is existing and needs to be powered is this particular location here.
Okay.
If that's helpful.
It is. Thank you.
So if I may, why don't you point out where the next project is going to be before you put the drone up, okay?
Absolutely. So advancing farther to the west, the next view we will now have moved along the track and we will be approaching Elysian Fields. Elysian Fields, as I noted earlier, is the location where the CSX tracks intersect with the Norfolk Southern Backbelt line. That is the end of CSX's line coming from Mobile. And so that is the point where all trains to and from CSX, including the proposed Gulf Coast service, would enter and exit Norfolk Southern's backbelt in this general location. And I'll point out some key features as we approach it.
Would you like the drone now?
Please.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. And you'll have to bear with the video's a little light until we get under this bridge, and then it becomes more visible.
Mr. Hunt, the third track left is the existing freight lead.
That is the existing freight lead. And so we are within that footprint of the roughly 3,000 to 3,500 feet. You'll note the Elysian Fields sign. As we move to the west, the freight lead is here. Main track number 2, main track number 1, and the CSX North and South Main coming into view from the right of the screen.
Mr. Hunt, if I can interrupt you briefly, if we can pause it.
Please pause here.
I know this issue arose yesterday, but if Norfolk Southern wanted to extend that freight lead, is it on their property or do they have to buy property or lease property? How is it set up?
It would largely be on our property. If you note sort of the distance between these tracks, the freight lead would continue at a similar alignment, paralleling the existing main lines for the period or the additional construction. And so most of that would be on our right of way. I can't say 100%,
okay,
but we expect that most of it would be on Norfolk Southern's property.
Continue, please.
Okay, so if you'll remain paused, I would like to point out a key feature here at Elysian Fields. This is the second location where infrastructure has been proposed. And I call your attention specifically to the very middle of the screen. You will see this track. The farthest track to the right is the northbound main for CSX. The second track from the right is the southbound main. The southbound main does not permit movement to number 1 Norfolk Southern Main. This is not a turnout. It is what we call a movable point frog, or a diamond, that some folks may be familiar with. And so the only move that can be made here is from the southbound main to the number 2 Norfolk Southern Main. This project would slightly shift the southbound main to provide enough room to create a series of crossovers that would allow movement to either track. You'll see that in some more detail as we get closer to the next track. That is the same configuration that would be employed in this track.
And why is that important?
That is important because today, if you have anything that is blocking the number 2 main, which we have on a regular basis, if we can flip back to the schematic momentarily, the hypothetical 10,000 foot train that is sitting here sits on top of number 2 main. And so there is no movement that is available from or to the South Main anytime there is a train that is blocking that Elysian Fields location on the number 2 main. And because that is so close, it's less than 5,000 feet. It's in fact less than 3,000 feet from terminal junction. Essentially every single movement that operates on number 2 main is going to be blocking that location at all times that it's doing its work. And so that gives you the flexibility to move and utilize your southbound main from the number 1 Norfolk Southern Main. If that's clear.
Would it be beneficial even without Amtrak trains, more Amtrak trains?
Well,
flexibility.
So the flexibility I would say is unnecessary without the Amtrak trains. The thing that we face when the Amtrak trains are introduced is that the other scenario I mentioned is that we often do see some delay. This NO and NE Tower, a location called NE Tower, there are trains that will be operating from Norfolk Southern to CSX, and it may not be a Norfolk Southern train, but something from the west across Norfolk Southern. And we have a train that is staged on main number 2, and that train will have to utilize the North Main to get to CSX and will be delayed for whatever reason. It could be the bridge is open, for example. And so the bridge is open and now you have the North Main that is blocked. You have the inability to use the South Main to number 2 track. And so you've essentially shut CSX down under that circumstance. Now you have an Amtrak or 2 or 3 or 6 a day, however many Amtraks need to operate. Under that scenario, that Amtrak would hold indefinitely. Under the improved infrastructure scenario, Amtrak can make the move from the South Main to number 1 and continue on its path to the station. And so they don't incur the excessive delays. Today's operations from a freight standpoint, that doesn't create the same kind of challenge. It's not something that necessarily creates any freight benefit, but it certainly has an enormous detriment to the passenger service under that exact scenario that develops.
Well, I guess I'm a little confused because I thought you said today it can stop a CSX train for a while. It has to sit there.
It can, and our operating plan accommodates that. We have our schedule set and our operation within the gateway set such that we are able to accommodate that. But the tolerances on passenger train operations are different than freight operations. I'm sure anybody that's ever been delayed on a passenger train recognizes that any number of minutes waiting is intolerable just from a personal standpoint. And so we have built in to our freight plan the accommodation for those types of events. Passenger trains simply can't accommodate those delays.
Well, I guess, trying to reflect on the problems we face network wide and we're now facing, which we're not going to get into in this hearing, but you're well aware of the issues, particularly involving Norfolk Southern. It seems to me anything which allows you to decrease existing freight delays, even if you're accounting for them in your current operating plans, would still be better for the freight network, would it not? It's better to have fewer delays than more.
Well, I suppose as a general matter, everybody would like to see fewer delays, but as a practical matter, provided that we've created the operating plans and the schedules for our trains and the service design that our customers can rely on, this type of operation is not inefficient. It's a standard freight operation under existing infrastructure conditions, and it's an operation that our customers are comfortable with because we accommodate these conditions in our plan. The plan gets thrown completely out the window when you layer on other types of impediments without mitigation, and that therein lies the problem.
Well, there, I understand.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
looking at Mr. Niemeyer's verified statement. He accounts for the two crossovers that you've just shown us, and I recognize they're more complicated because of wanting to allow the crossover to access either track, one or two, for $9 million for two crossovers. Does that sound right to you?
I have no reason to doubt that. It sounds relatively order of magnitude correct, but again, I'm not an engineer and I don't have the report in front of me, but it sounds right.
Okay. Maybe so. I'm not an engineer either, so I asked. Go ahead.
Okay, if we can flip back.
You
to
want
the
to go
drone.
back to the drone?
Yes, please.
Well, before we get to the, are we going to the third project?
We're going to go a little farther than in the Elysian Fields view so that they can see the termination of the freight lead extension.
Okay, but
Or freight lead.
just
rather.
while we have the stick picture up, the next drone will cover the St. John's, which is the third crossover project.
That is correct. The continuation of the drone video that we're watching now will take you to this general vicinity, which is the beginning of the Frenchman Street interlocking and the termination of the existing freight lead. And then we will move to a subsequent drone video that will start in that same location and will continue all the way to the St. John improvement.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
And will we be able to see, Mr. Hunt, the need for the bridges and so forth, where that red dotted line is as we go down the track?
So we did not look at every bridge. Because this is almost 12,000 feet of distance. And so we cut somewhat from point to point along the way to hit the major points of infrastructure, but I will certainly point out the bridges that are visible if there are some.
That would be very helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Can you pull up the drone, please?
Go back one more. Go here and advance it as into the interlocking if you can, sir. Right there's perfect. And so you are now over the Elysian Fields interlocking, and the crossover that exists from the northbound main to main track number 1 is now visible, and you can see the difference between the two that accommodates the crossover move. This is the arrangement that would be installed on the adjacent track to allow movement to and from both. As we continue to fly along the tracks here,
Does this crossover need work too?
no, sir. That crossover would remain unchanged. It's in perfectly serviceable condition.
Got it.
As we curve around under this overpass, as we approach the bridge, the freight lead extension continues to be the far left track in the view. Skip ahead, slide. Okay. We're now operating under the bridge, and view will clear as we come out. And if I could ask you to please pause here. What you see in this view, we're approaching, as I said, the Frenchman Street interlocking. You see the freight lead, and it terminates at the point of my dot directly inside the interlocking. So this is the end of the freight lead as it exists today. And this, again, is roughly 3,000 feet of clear space for the movement of traffic. And from this point forward, I'd ask you to note to the left of your screen the location that the freight lead would be extended. And at the end of the next video, I'll ultimately tell you where that freight lead would terminate in that view. And so
this may be a picky question, but just more for the record, I think, than anything else. You've been referring to this, Mr. Donohue, as a drone film. It looks to me like a film taken from a locomotive, but
no, sir, this is drone footage. We you will see us attain some altitude shortly here.
I was going to say, so the drone went under the bridge?
The drone went under the
Okay,
bridge.
I was wondering the same thing. Okay.
It's a low flying drone. I mean,
Yeah.
I've been in a locomotive, and this is what it looks like. So that's why I asked.
Well,
what
we
I
wanted
was
to give you the view of what you would see on the ground, and because we don't have a wide swath to see, but
No,
we will
it's-
get some altitude momentarily.
Yeah, it's extraordinarily helpful. I just think the record should be clear of how the film was made. So thank you.
Drone video entirely, yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, if you'll skip to the next video, please. Okay. So this is now we are inside of the Frenchman Street interlocking. You will note that there is no longer a freight lead extension, or a freight lead rather. I apologize. The freight lead has terminated inside this interlocking, and we are now operating on main track number 1, continuing in a westbound direction, and the freight lead would continue to follow on this adjacent alignment.
Well, what is that on the left? Some kind of a canal?
That is a canal, yes, sir.
Is there room to build the freight lead between the track and the canal so you don't have to fill that in or worry about it?
Yes, sir. That is a Corps of Engineers canal that cannot be filled in, and we do believe there is sufficient room there to build the track.
All right.
If you'd start the video, please. So this is, while we are operating westbound, I'll note this train that you're about to see. This was an interchange train that was operating to the Norfolk Southern on this particular day. And this is not an uncommon view. This train is staged awaiting an opportunity to work at Oliver Yard. And so this location at Frenchman Street is one place, just like Terminal Junction, where a train might hold for some period of time to make that move. And so as we fly along, you will see subsequent cuts to later points in the video as we get to other pieces of infrastructure. The cars that you see will be a continuation of this same train that is stopped.
So let me interrupt you, Mr. Hunt. So if the freight lead extension was built, that train could go over that freight lead extension.
It would be, under the scenario we're discussing, that train would be on the freight lead extension. Yes. And so we will operate.
Do you know how long this train is? We have to be looking at.
So this train was, I did look, and I want to say it was roughly 7,500 feet. I don't have the exact footage written down. It was not a 10,000-foot train. You'll see where the rear end of the train is ultimately parked is near St. John's. But it is, this was not a 12,000-foot train in this scenario.
All
but
right.
it is a train that would have been on the freight lead extension.
Council, going back to the canal, that's a Corps of Engineers canal. Would you need a permit from the Corps of Engineers to build the extension of the freight lead?
Well, I'm not sure I can answer that. I would suspect that's likely. I also would say, obviously with any federally funded, presumably federally funded project, there's also environmental analyses and other things that come into play, but that's somewhat beyond my expertise. But, this is not unlike any other public-private partnership project that we might engage in. If these projects are ultimately funded, we have a robust department that deals with these types of things all the time.
I understand that. I just, a lot of railroad improvements can just be done under CEs because they just affect existing infrastructure within the right of way. But now that you're up against a core project, it just occurred to me that this would implicate NEPA.
Yeah, and I can't say one way or the other if that would in fact be implicated. I'm not sure, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay. And we're going to cut ahead now to a later point, and it may be helpful when the next view comes up if we could pause momentarily. Okay, can we back up slightly? Okay. Pause. There we go. Okay, so this is the Paris interlocking, and I have noted Paris a number of times on the schematic. This is a location that we installed several years ago as a crossover. It was a railroad-funded infrastructure project that has benefit for Amtrak as well as the freight users as a location where trains can get from one track to another around a train that might be stopped at Terminal Junction. In this case, because of the length of the train, Paris is blocked. And this is one of the reasons that St. John's is an improvement that's important to the passenger business. And if we can continue the video, we will fly here over the interlocking. This is your confirmation that it's a drone video, Chairman Overman.
Yes, thank you.
You can clearly see, the track is blocked by a stopped train. And if we can jump ahead slightly.
And there's nothing in the program here to change this interlocking, this crossover, right?
No, sir. This crossover remains highly functional. The next improvement is the St. John's crossover that provides similar flexibility at a further point along the route.
All right.
So stop here, please. We just missed it. One of the bridges that we have discussed, and if you can, I don't know how quickly you can advance.
Just wait a second. We'll find it.
So stop. Yes. Just let her run for a minute. So coming into view at the top of your screen, pause, please.
Yeah.
This is a good example of one of the bridges, Chairman Oberman. If you can see just beyond the signal mast, the public roadway,
Yeah.
this is a bridge the freight lead extension would traverse on a new span. And so while the video is not ideal, this is an example of one of those public roadways that the freight lead extension would have to cross.
And are you saying there are 5 such places on this line?
There are 5 locations, 4 of which I believe, if memory serves me, 4 are roadways and there is 1 small body of water.
All right.
Okay, continue. The next view that we're going to see momentarily is the rear of that same train. And as we continue, the freight lead extension would still be operating or running adjacent to the track on the left. And you're approaching what is known as Bayou St. John. Bayou St. John is the body of water that is directly below the overpass that you see coming into the middle of the screen. And Bayou St. John is the location where we would note the St. John's crossover should be installed. And you would see it's pretty wide open. We have tangent track. We've got good availability of infrastructure on both, or land rather, on both sides. This is where the freight lead extension would terminate, and this is where the St. John's crossovers would be installed. And
so if you build the freight lead to this point, it's a total of 12,000 feet.
That's correct, sir. So you would see how the track, even in the scenario we just saw with a shorter train, that train could have entered this track and been completely off of the main line. Similarly, a long 12,000-foot train could enter the freight lead extension and be completely off of the
Mr.
main
Hunt, before we get to the St. John's, if the freight lead extension is built, is the St. John's crossover still required?
It is a project that still has compelling value, but it is certainly a project that you could reconsider, whether it would be necessary to be installed. It is the freight lead extension gives you the flexibility to get those trains completely out of the way. And so the conflicts that might necessitate St. John's are significantly reduced. I would say if the freight lead extension were installed, likely one could make a strong argument to pull out the St. John's crossover.
Okay.
Well, I'm just want to make sure I understand the language here. The St. John's crossover in Mr. Niemeyer's verified statement is a crossover between tracks 1 and 2 and the freight lead. Is that what it would do?
It is a universal crossover, yes, sir, to go any direction. The reason that need is somewhat obviated is that crossover is largely being installed because there are but there are a number of scenarios where Paris, the interlocking that you just saw blocked by the train in the drone video, that crossover is blocked with some regularity. And so to the extent that you have to continue to block that crossover with trains on the main line, St. John's is a necessary crossover. When you have the flexibility to move those trains onto the freight lead extension and completely off of the main, you don't have the same operational challenge that you see today with trains blocking Paris.
So just to make sure I understand, so the connection between the main number 2 and the freight lead is accounted for in the cost of the freight lead. The St. John's crossover project is not needed to get trains onto the freight lead. Is that correct?
That is generally correct. Yes, sir.
All right, because that's $5 million in Mr. Niemeyer's statement that you're saying may not be essential.
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
It's with the caveat that it is essential, but if the freight lead extension is funded and installed, then the St. John's crossover becomes much less of a priority.
Well, that's an interesting question. If you install the St. John's crossover and don't build the freight lead, does that alleviate some of the problem?
Very little of the problem. The freight lead extension is far and away the most important improvement in this entire gateway, and arguably along the entire corridor.
Okay. I understand your position on it anyway. So
yes, sir. Okay, so that is sufficient. The remainder of this video is just closely approaching St. John's Bayou, but I think unless the members have questions about this video, that's it.
Yeah, if we can pause here, Chair, if anyone has questions before I move into a different area.
One more question. We've now covered the entire 9,000 feet of the new freight lead. And we saw one bridges and we just skipped over the other 4 places, correct? But they're somewhere between where we started and where we just ended.
And we can certainly, that was not the intention. Had I known you were specifically.
No, it was.
But yes, we did not see all of the bridges.
It was not a criticism. I just wanted to make sure we understood what we were looking at. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And so this is the final video, and this sort of draws another distinction about the importance of the freight lead extension. And this, I would describe this as sort of the operating scenario that we depicted with the long trains in our schematic. If you can run this animation, please.
Are we still looking west?
You are still currently looking west, and you are positioned at the Elysian Fields interlocking. So this train that is operating is coming down main track number 2 towards Norfolk Southern's yard. And we're going to pan now to the east to follow geographically the direction of movement, and you will see the CSX lines to the left of your screen.
Oh, so we're back east of where we just ended up.
That's correct, sir. So this train is operating east. It is going to the Norfolk Southern yard. We will now brake. That train has now reached Terminal Junction. And you are looking at the train now from the opposite side of the tracks. That is the freight lead that is closest to you in the view. And you are panning now from the east, looking east, and you can see the CSX tracks coming into view to the left of your screen in that area.
Wait a minute. This isn't the same train we were just looking at, is it? It had locomotives on the other end.
Yes, sir. We cut the video and it advanced, and the train is now stopped. And I'll ask you to pause momentarily.
And the locomotives have left?
The locomotives are all the way at Terminal Junction, so they have moved another 3,000 feet to the entrance of the yard, and that train is stopped.
Got it.
Okay.
Mr. Hunt, is that referred to in the industry as block cars when the locomotives leave like that?
When the locomotives, so assuming that is the case here, the locomotives have disconnected to go into the yard, and I believe, in fact, that's what they did do. They went, if you noticed, it was not a Norfolk Southern engine on the cars. And so they removed the power. They will ultimately put Norfolk Southern locomotives onto this train to continue on its journey. And so while these cars are sitting here, they are a block of cars. So it's an occupancy that isn't necessarily a train. And I will also point out, while this may look like railroad, if you can see where my cursor, those are empty flat cars. And so this is a continuous line of cars all the way from Oliver Yard back to our location where we sit right now. Just wanted to point that out.
And where does that CSX line go? Where is that heading to?
This is the terminal point for the line that goes all the way to Mobile. So this, again, we're looking eastbound, and this is the location where the CSX comes into the NS. In this scenario, as I previously noted, now that you have occupancy on track number 2, please stop the video. There is no way to make a move from the southbound main line because you are blocked. And so essentially that southbound main line is non-functional for purposes of moving Amtrak, absent the Elysian Fields improvement that we noted previously.
And that would allow that southbound main line to go onto track 1, I take.
That's correct, sir. And continuous movement directly onto the back belt. If you'll restart the video, please. So this video will cut again to another changed condition. The flat cars coming into view and the train sitting on number 2 main. So the next thing we see here, while that train was stopped, swapping its locomotive power, a train came off of the CSX. And so you have a train moving from the northbound main, presumably to the Union Pacific, as you see the engines. And we are still facing eastbound as this train operates onto the back belt from CSX. And it will momentarily cut to the next scene. Okay. We have now advanced again to the head end of the train that you just saw. This train is now sitting just beyond the Paris interlocking. If you recall the video that we saw a few moments ago, you had a train that was sitting at Paris in the opposite, with the rear end facing the same direction. You now have a train on the adjacent main. And so this train is waiting for a crew. a train is coming off the Huey P. Long Bridge that will pull alongside of this train. The crews will swap locomotives, trade off. This train will continue to the west. The train off the Huey P. Long Bridge will continue to the east.
Mr. Hunt, is that unusual for a train waiting on a crew?
No, this is a perfect depiction of the operating scenario on the back belt. Every train gets a recrew, changes power, does some type of event in order to traverse this railroad.
And what's the reason for a change of crew?
If you would please pause. And that's because there are operating rights that are different for each railroad. Norfolk Southern and CSX are not able to cross the Huey P. Long Bridge. So it must be a Union Pacific or a BNSF crew that does that. They are the only crews that are allowed to make that move. And so you've got crews that are coming onto the back belt that get an NS or a CSX crew to continue east. Vice versa, you would have a crew that might be operating from the NS or CSX to the west that must stop and wait for one of the Western carriers to take possession of the train and continue the journey.
Mr. Hunt, can you enlighten us on when you say they're not allowed to cross the bridge? Who owns the bridge?
So the bridge is owned by the New Orleans Public Belt Railroad. And that is an asset that they have owned since its construction in 1935, to my knowledge. The bridge is actually dispatched at both ends by the Union Pacific, but it is owned, operated, and controlled, or owned and controlled at least, and maintained by the NOPB Shoreline.
And when you say they're not allowed to cross the bridge, what doesn't allow it?
So as you well know, sir, trackage and operating rights within the board's purview are the only way that one railroad can operate onto the assets of another. And Norfolk Southern and CSX do not have the requisite rights to enter that railroad.
Well, let me ask this: Who owns this back belt?
Norfolk Southern.
And the back belt doesn't end at that bridge, does it?
Yes, sir, it does.
Oh,
that is the dividing line between east and west, is the foot of the bridge.
And west of that bridge is UP.
West of that bridge is the Union Pacific and the BNSF on a shared trackage rights corridor.
All right. And so when you say you're not allowed to cross, that's because your trackage rights end.
My railroad ends and I do not have any rights across the bridge.
Right. And I take it that UP and BN don't have trackage rights on your segment of the back belt.
They do, sir. Union Pacific, BNSF, and CSX all have trackage rights and all operate trains across the back belt.
Oh, so they don't need to switch crews going east, but you need to switch crews going west.
They do need to switch crews coming east because they will stop, say, at Terminal Junction. That train that you just saw that was operating in the eastbound direction likely had a Union Pacific or a BNSF crew, stops at Terminal Junction. That is where the Norfolk Southern takes possession of the train to either perform a work event or take the train north into our network.
Well, is it, leaving aside the legalities and whether the board would order the trackage rights, if you didn't have this restriction on use of each other's tracks and so forth, you could avoid some of these stop trains and crew shifts, I take it.
Potentially, hypothetically, but that there are lots and lots of implications of changing an operation like that. That would
but would it not improve your flexibility on how to use this back belt tracks if you didn't have to make these extra stops?
Potentially, but that's not a scenario in the world we live in. So we haven't studied that.
I understand it's not what you have now, and whether it can be changed or should be changed, I don't know. I'm just trying to understand physically if it would improve the operation if you didn't have to make those crew changes.
It could, yes, sir. Potentially it might. I haven't studied it.
All right.
And so as we continue, so we're now still looking to the east. The compelling issue here that I would draw your attention to is as we pan farther to the east, you'll see the rear end of the train that was stopped at Terminal Junction start to come into view. And so if you'll pause it, I'll take the pointer. So this is the rear end of the train on the adjacent track. The train that pulled down to Terminal Junction to swap its locomotive power and continue its journey is stopped blocking main track number 2. And you have a train that is now stopped blocking main track number 1, waiting on a crew change. And while this is not uncommon, well, I will say, while this is, seems to be something that that is certainly troublesome, it's not something that's uncommon. This is the operating scenario on the Norfolk Southern back belt. 24 hours a day, you have trains that need to go west to get to the western carriers, and 24 hours a day, you have trains that need to come east to get to the eastern carriers. And under this scenario, which works very well for us, and we've planned around and provided crews for and improved infrastructure to support, this is the scenario. The railroad is blocked for periods of time, except when we have to clear it for the Amtrak moves. But under this scenario of improving or adding rather 4 additional trains a day, this type of operating scenario is no longer going to work. And so something will have to give. We'll either have to hold these trains outside of the gateway, or we will have to make the most important infrastructure improvement, which is the freight lead extension. The freight lead extension would go several thousand feet beyond the point that you see right now to the west. And that train that is sitting currently on main track number 2 would be sitting on the freight lead extension. And so you would have a route continuously for Amtrak during those additional periods of the day when you have to make those moves. And so this, to me, this is one of the most compelling views of the operation. We didn't stage this. We picked a random Wednesday when the weather cooperated to make these videos, and we did it in a very short period of time. And so this is just the operational reality of the back belt. Any day that you might visit this location, this is what you're going to see at any given time. And so I wanted to illustrate sort of the gravity of the situation. We can exist this way. We make it work. Our customers are happy and the gateway remains relatively fluid. But if we don't do something to accommodate the passenger service in light of this operation, the freight service is going to suffer mightily, and it's going to force business out of this gateway and impact the customers.
But if you could figure out a way to avoid this crew change on this stop train going west, that train would not be sitting there.
If there are operational solutions to fix this, we have not identified them yet. This has been, the rights that exist there have been in place since the early 1950s, and we have done lots of different things operationally over the years. I will tell you, the railroads are in the efficiency business, particularly now with people throwing around the PSR terminology. I would argue that we are doing things to the utmost of our abilities, but certainly if there are operational solutions that might make this better, we would welcome those types of improvements. But the reality is that, we have optimized this gateway in light of the significant infrastructure improvements we've made, and simply making operational changes is not going to be enough. Even if we eked out a slight amount of improved efficiency, that's not going to cover the additional hours of the day when this line would have to be vacant for Amtrak. It's not possible. No amount of operational tweaks is going to accommodate that.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hunt?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Jesse Evans in for Amtrak. I apologize. I tried to object earlier and I don't think you heard, but just wanted to object to the witness's earlier testimony about this being typical or kind of depicting kind of the regular operations along the corridor. I believe that the stipulation was that all of these would be offered as visual aids for purposes of seeing the infrastructure along the corridor.
Mr. Donahue, I think she has a good point. I don't fault Mr. Hunt for offering his observations, but I do think under the stipulation, that part of his testimony should be disregarded.
Fair enough, Chair.
Yeah, thank you.
My apologies.
It's okay.
You're trying to tell us a complete picture, so I don't fault you for doing it, but Jesse is absolutely right here about the stipulation. So we will note that part. Okay, so I'm sorry, but thank you, Jesse and Mr. Donahue. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And so for my part of this and the visualization of the line, that's all I had from a drone footage standpoint, unless folks have questions.
So, Chair, before I finish up, I just have a couple of questions, but if there's any questions now about the drones, this is probably a good time to address it.
All right, any board member?
Patrick, you want to wait? Okay.
All right, why don't you finish your?
I'm good, thank you for asking.
Okay, I thought I saw your hand, that's all. Okay. Just a couple more questions, Mr. Hunt. There was a reference made by Amtrak's counsel in opening statement, which I believe you heard, that why don't we just get the trains, passenger trains on the line and see what happens? What's your reaction to that?
Well, I think I've addressed that a number of times here, and I'll say it again because it bears repeating. that is going to be devastating. And that is the wrong way. You know, if there's a right way, we've advocated for RTC, we say that's the right way. Other, you know, intelligent minds can disagree about what's right and wrong, but there's certainly a wrong way to do things. And to introduce this passenger service that would be incredibly impactful, I don't think anybody would argue that point. You know, 4 more trains a day where they don't exist today is impactful. There's no question. The gravity of the impact, though, I think can't be undersold here. We would see this gateway snarl to a halt because Norfolk Southern is going to be put in a situation where we're going to have no choice but to put the close sign up 4 more times a day for an hour. And while this gateway is relatively fluid, it's not a gateway that has infinite capacity, and just adding things has no impact. You're going to have a immediate marked impact on freight service. And it's going to be the type of impact that the customers are going to feel immediately. And it's a type of impact that is going to radiate out into the larger freight network. And it's, to me, you know, anyone that understands this, including the Amtrak counterparts that you'll hear from later in this proceeding, they understand those impacts. And so to say that we can simply put these trains out there and see what happens, that is a recipe for disaster.
And in reality, they could not, meaning Amtrak, put their locomotive engineers on the back belt tomorrow. Wouldn't they have to qualify?
Absolutely. Well, they would have to qualify. Yes. Now they have existing service on the back belt, but if you're speaking of Gulf Coast engineers from CSX,
I am.
Presumably they would have to qualify. Yes.
Okay.
If they weren't previously qualified.
And my last question to you is, in your position as an NRPC officer, what would the future hold on the various freight systems if Amtrak's position is accepted by the board?
So, you know, my understanding of Amtrak's position is what you just noted. Let's put the trains out there. Let's see what happens. There's no need to worry about infrastructure on the front end. And if I'm mischaracterizing, I apologize, but that's my understanding of Amtrak's view. However misguided and however, you know, maybe contrary to what I believe Amtrak's own employees might feel about this. But if you are to introduce this service with no infrastructure on the hope and prayer that it's just going to work, one, that's not going to be the outcome. But two, and more importantly, there's been lots of talk of precedent and, you know, what happens down the road. If you look at the Amtrak Connects Us map that has been published with the ideas about where Amtrak wants to expand in the future, those expansions, there are multiple lines on Norfolk Southern, there are multiple lines on lots of carriers in the US that are immediately going to be implicated as, and I guess the word is targets, for lack of a better word, because I believe Amtrak's view will be, let's start inserting these services into all of these places with the same eye towards, you know, no infrastructure being installed on the front end. And so you're not just going to impact the New Orleans gateway. You're not going to snarl that gateway. You may snarl it now, but what you're going to do ultimately is you're going to snarl every other location that has Amtrak service that is arbitrarily inserted without any consideration for the impacts. And that's how I view this, is to put this service on the line without consideration of the impacts and without the proper infrastructure to mitigate those impacts is arbitrary, and it is going to have a hugely detrimental impact on this service today and a hugely detrimental impact on the larger freight network in the future, because it's not going to be the last place that arbitrary insertion of passenger service is advanced.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Chair, at this time, we would move our exhibits into evidence, and we are willing to withdraw CSXNS Joint Exhibit 291 and 171, the source of Ms. Amundsen's objection.
Ms. Amundsen, I had something I was going to say about Mr. Hunt's answer, but.
Yeah, and I have a comment too.
Jesse, did you have something you wanted to say here at this moment?
No objection to admitting the exhibits as for the purposes that are stipulated.
I'm just going to make this observation, Mr. Donahue. I appreciate Mr. Hunt's effort to be candid with us as to his views, but his long answer rambled somewhere between fact, which an opinion about this railroad, which I thought was appropriate, and legal and political speculation, which I think was inappropriate, but I didn't hear any objections, so I will let it stand in the record. We'll take it for what it's worth.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question of counsel.
Go ahead, Karen.
I don't know if you were at the first part of this hearing on Monday. We had a long discussion about whether this is an E case or whether it's an A case, whether we could convert it from an E case to an A case, whether that would be appropriate, and different parties had different views on that. One of the things council said for Amtrak noted was that if they were permitted to simply come on the line without any additional infrastructure, the railroads the host railroad would have a remedy under subsection C, which we have not discussed, which allows a rail carrier to apply to the board for relief if there is, under the preference provision, if the commuter rail, the rail passenger transportation would materially lessen the quality of freight transportation provided to shippers, and then the board can establish the rights of the carrier and Amtrak on reasonable terms. Can I assume, based on what Mr. Hunt said, that if we were to rule for Amtrak and simply allow them onto the line, that you would immediately file a case under subsection C? Maybe you don't want to answer that, but.
No, I'll let Mr. Mullins answer that if that's okay.
Okay.
Member Hedlund, obviously it's hard to say what we would do at that time. I would obviously say that would not be something you would want to do in the instance, because you're having service meltdowns as testified while a case is proceeding about what infrastructure would occur. And I think if I can go back to the point I had made earlier, is that you don't have to, even if you order access, Amtrak still has to build their own infrastructure according to the Chrissy grant, and that's going to take 2 years. So you would not want to grant Amtrak immediate access, have the service meltdown, require us to do a C case when they're building their own, when you could wait until their infrastructure is built and wait until our infrastructure is built if it's ordered. So you really wouldn't need to do a C case. And I wouldn't recommend that. Obviously, if you did not order Amtrak immediate access, we could then file a C case if there was issues.
No, I was just pointing out that you would have, I mean, that maybe in the blink of an eyelash, once we gave permission to Amtrak to start service without any additional infrastructure, I'm not saying that we're going to do that. I'm just saying theoretically, if we did that, that's what they have asked us to do. That could we anticipate that you would immediately file a C case and we'd be right back at the table talking about the same things.
Again, hard to speculate, but I could see that happening. Yes, exactly. Which is we'd be right back here arguing over the same things. They could file an A case. You know, we could convert this to an A case and have those types of issues. So these are hard judgments to make in a vacuum.
Right. Well, I was just raising the possibility that this would just convert into a C case very quickly. But that's for you all to think about. I don't know what we're going to do. I don't want, so.
And any other board members at this point? All right. So, Mr. Donahoe, I take it that with your withdrawal of those objection, and Jesse said there's no objection to the remaining exhibits. Is that correct, Jesse?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, they will be admitted. You are finished with your direct, Mr. Donahoe?
I am.
Jesse, what's your anticipated, if you could give us a ballpark cross time?
I would say about 45 minutes.
All right, and does the port have any cost for this witness?
No, sir, we do not.
All right. Well, it is exactly 12:30. What's the board's pleasure? Should we break? 45 minutes seems like a long time to extend until lunch.
Defer to my colleagues.
I'd like to break now.
All right, let's do that. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. Remember, we have a hard stop today at 5. So CSX and NS Council, why don't you over the lunch break think about how far we'll get with witnesses and a good breaking point but we really cannot go past 5. I don't want to end much before that though, because we need all the time we can get. So we will break at 12:30 at this point and we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. Oh, before we go off the record, I would caution no discussion, Mr. Hunt, with counsel. You're still on the witness stand.
Yes, sir. Understood. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, Matt, are we ready to?
You're good to go, Marty.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Hunt, you understand you remain sworn?
Yes, I do, sir.
All right, Jesse, proceed.
Mr. Chair, before I do, did the port have any questions for this witness?
I think they said they had done.
Apologies, thank you.
Yeah, it's okay.
Mr. Hunt, you testified about having to shut down the back belt for approximately 1 hour twice a day for the Crescent service. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And if I could direct you, I believe you have a copy of your verified statement with you there. Is that right?
I do.
And that's Joint Exhibit 23A for the record. I'd like to direct you to page 8 of your verified statement. And it's about halfway through the second sentence of that middle paragraph. You say that for approximately 1 hour twice per day, the back belt is essentially cleared of all freight traffic to ensure on-time operation of the existing Crescent Amtrak service to and from the New Orleans Union Passenger Terminal. Is that correct? Do you see that there?
I do.
And is it true that it takes the Amtrak train approximately 8 minutes to traverse the 3 miles of NS line?
I don't know that for sure, but that sounds reasonable.
And you say that if the Gulf Coast service is allowed, you would have to shut down the line for 6 hours a day to allow the Gulf Coast service?
That's correct.
And that's for the Amtrak train to travel across the approximately 3 miles at 8 minutes per trip. Is that right?
Well, that's not the reason, no, ma'am, why we shut it down for an hour. It's because Amtrak has to have a clear route. And so in order for the route to be clear, you have to stop the freight movement in advance. If we were to say advance a train 10 minutes before Amtrak arrived, that train that had work to do and potentially needed a crew swap or needed to operate at a slow speed into a yard, that move couldn't possibly be completed. And so to cushion the likelihood that there will be some delay to a freight train in any way, an hour is about the minimum we have found will reliably ensure that Amtrak has a route.
But you also, I believe you said that you did not model whether the Amtrak train could use the existing hour that you already have the Crescent service built into.
So it's worth noting in the model, we also didn't even model the existing constraint entirely. Because of the unreliability of the southbound Amtrak train, the existing Crescent service, we did not include the 1 hour window in the model because we didn't want to artificially place that constraint on a time frame that doesn't necessarily have the Amtrak train in it. And so we allowed the model to run normally without protecting that hour window on the southbound movement. We did keep the hour in place for the northbound movement because that is a predictably reliable departure time every day. But the model, in fact, gave Amtrak the benefit of lessening the infrastructure constraints by eliminating that second window. So we didn't have a window to model in for southbound movements per se. And of course, the beneficiary of that is the infrastructure recommendation.
But this 6 hour window that you reference here, that's not based on anything in the model, correct?
No, ma'am, because the infrastructure package is the solution there, not the artificial institution of windows.
And you said that the reason for the 1 hour window is to, quote, ensure the on-time operation of the existing Crescent Amtrak service, correct?
Well, to the extent possible, to prevent delay is the better way to say it.
And in fact, the Crescent achieved just 57% customer on-time performance in 2021. Is that correct?
I wouldn't have that figure in front of me. That sounds reasonable, but again, I don't know.
Do you have any reason to believe that's not correct?
I don't. I'll take you at your word, ma'am, but I don't know for sure.
And the reason for that was primarily due to freight train interference. Is that correct?
Again, I have no stats to that effect, but if that's what you're representing is the truth, I will believe you at your word.
Do you have any reason to believe that freight train interference is not the primary cause of the 57% on-time performance statistic for the existing Amtrak Crescent?
Ma'am, again, I'll take you at your word if that's what you're telling me. I don't have the statistics in front of me.
You don't have any reason to believe that that's not correct.
I have reason to believe that you would not deceive me on the stand. So maybe we say it that way.
Do you have reason to believe that freight train interference is often the primary cause of poor on-time performance for Amtrak trains?
I think freight train interference is a primary delay cause, among others.
Thank you. And you, of course, as the person who interfaces regularly with Amtrak, are aware that Amtrak has a statutory right of preference over freight trains, correct?
I'm aware of the statutes as they pertain to Amtrak.
And that statute is supposed to help Amtrak achieve on-time performance, correct?
I don't have the legislative history. I wouldn't opine what I think the intent was. I know what the statute says.
And if freight trains gave Amtrak preference rather than interfering with Amtrak, Amtrak would be able to achieve on-time performance, correct?
No, ma'am, that's incorrect. That's a gross mischaracterization of the operating scenarios across many services. But eliminating freight train interference would certainly reduce delay, and perhaps that would have a positive impact, yes.
Eliminating freight train interference would allow Amtrak to improve its on-time performance, correct?
Presumably, it would vary by service, delay, magnitude. There's all kinds of things that would factor in, but it could impact performance, yes.
Are you saying that eliminating freight train delay, that there is a possibility that that would not help Amtrak improve its performance?
I would, and this would be speculation, but I would venture a guess that on certain services that have pretty well-aligned, reliable schedules that don't, interact with a lot of freight train interactions, they likely would not benefit from eliminating some small number of delay minutes. Take the Northeast Corridor, for example. I don't think taking away any FTI delay on those trains, to the extent there is any, would have any material impact on performance. I'm simply speaking across the whole universe of Amtrak trains.
And the North.
Mr. Hunt, you are not required to guess. So be specific, if you would, at which part of your answer is based on your judgment or experience, and which is just a guess. So we are clear.
I would say all of that is based on my experience. I didn't guess there. I just simply clarified my answer, sir.
All right.
If you'll look at the last sentence of the paragraph that precedes the paragraph we just looked at, the sentence that starts with "in short," you also state at page 8 of your verified statement that there are already, quote, lengthy delays for trains traversing the back belt, correct?
Counsel, I object. When you refer to a document or a paragraph or a sentence, could you please give the witness a minute to find that, since you did not pull it up on the screen? I just asked for the courtesy of giving him a minute so he can find it.
Of course, and I
Thank you.
apologize. I thought it was up on the screen. Do you see it on the screen, sir?
What are we referring to? Jesse, what are we referring to again now?
This is Mr. Hunt's verified statement, which is Joint Exhibit 23A.
Yep.
It's page 8 of that statement, which is the same page that we were previously on. And it is the last sentence of the first paragraph.
All right.
Sentence that begins "in short."
Got it. Are you there, Mr. Hunt?
I am, and I've read the sentence now. Now it's on the screen, ma'am, for your reference.
And so you see where you...
Oh, in fact, it's not on the. Oh, there it is. Yes. Okay. I'm with you. I have the sentence. I'm ready to speak to it.
Wait a minute. Are you? I'm not following you. It's a sentence in which paragraph? There are multiple potential points of failure. Is that the sentence?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm with you.
Do you all see this on your screen? I see it blown up on my screen. So I just for everyone.
On our screen, it begins with impacts fluidity across the back belt route, and then it has a sentence "in short" all the way to the end, the Gulf Coast passenger service.
Yes, that's the
Okay.
sentence. And so I am saying that in your verified statement, you've said that there are already lengthy delays for trains traversing the back belt, correct?
I did, and I said something similar on direct. If we have multiple handoffs between dispatchers, including to and from the Amtrak dispatcher. There are a number of challenges on the back belt that the freight service currently deals with effectively.
And we heard from you on direct about the freight train lead that would exacerbate some of those lengthy delays. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But I believe we established that that project was not initially recommended by the initial report in this case. Is that right? The initial RTC and Niemeyer report?
It was included in the Niemeyer report.
But it was not one of the 14 infrastructure projects that were listed as necessary for Amtrak to start service. Is that correct?
I don't know that that's the correct characterization. I without having that report in front of me, I don't know how the projects were characterized. I think Mr. Niemeyer pointed out that incredible benefit to the passenger service that project would offer, and that's why he included it, is my recollection.
But he did not include it in the 14 projects that were meant to mitigate the impacts of Amtrak's Gulf Coast service. Let me rephrase that question. It was not included in the $440 million worth of infrastructure that was recommended, correct?
Without having the document, the numbers, I don't know, ma'am, how it was characterized. It was in the report. It was referenced in the verified statement. Spoke at length during direct about the sort of the additional modeling that was done after the initial report. I hope that sort of brings it all together, but I'm not sure what you're asking me in terms of the initial report. It was in there.
And I'm not trying to ask you a gotcha question here. I'm trying to clarify that in fact, because that was not included in the $440 million, in fact, actually, with your testimony today, if I understand it correctly, what CSX and NS are now asking for is approximately $520 million worth of infrastructure in order to start service. Is that correct?
Again, I don't have the numbers at my fingertips, but I think we have made it clear that the project list and the freight lead extension are an infrastructure package that we would advance as the right infrastructure for this service.
So the freight train lead is in addition to the 14 projects that are already in the Niemeyer report, correct?
That's correct.
And you said that this project was identified as part of the rebuttal report modeling. Is that right?
It was included in the initial modeling. We discussed it. We did additional modeling for the rebuttal report and determined that, in fact, that was a project that was absolutely necessary to mitigate the impacts to our connecting carriers. It's the only project, in fact, that has that effect, and otherwise would have a significant degradation of freight service if it wasn't constructed and the passenger trains were introduced.
And just to be clear, you're asking for public funding for this project, correct?
Well, I'm not asking for any funding. I think what we're seeking is confirmation. I'm not sure what the mechanism is, but the acknowledgement that it's a necessary inclusion with this proposed service, and that you simply can't ignore the significant and unreasonable, in my view, impact on freight service from the passenger trains. I'm not sure who pays for it or where the money comes from or how it gets built. That's not my major concern.
Thank you, sir. Norfolk Southern does not intend to invest any of its own private money in this project, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
And that is despite the fact that there are already lengthy delays along the back belt, correct?
So if you'll give me 1 second, I'd like to speak to that, because you called out the portion of my statement here regarding the exacerbation of delays. And I think that's an important distinction. It sounds to me, in listening to testimony for the last few days, that there's an expectation that to install this infrastructure somehow increases capacity and makes more room and makes things better. The RTC model is largely a fluidity model. And so what we're doing is not making things better. We're not fixing existing problems. We're not band-aiding things that exist today. The RTC model is simply recommending infrastructure to get us back to a status quo condition. So I want to make sure we're clear, as you and I are talking, that this exacerbation is what is being fixed. The lengthy delays aren't going to change. We didn't introduce some, improvement to freight operations. We simply brought ourselves back to status quo. I think that's an important distinction because there seems to be a perception that this model fixes a lot of existing freight problems, and that's certainly not the intent. We're just trying to get back to a baseline where we can run our operations as we do today.
And so if I can just ask you a little bit about that, I'm going to ask Mr. Peterson to bring up Joint Exhibit 41B, which is the rebuttal verified statement of Mr. Banks and Mr. Guthrie. It's the rebuttal modeling report that they offered.
What's the number?
It is Joint Exhibit 41B.
And is it the verified statement or the actual RTC report?
It's the actual report.
Okay, I just want to get it out, get my copy out.
And I have to tell you, I don't have this report in front of me, so we're going to have to make sure I can see it because I can't read it on the screen. I'm sorry.
I would like to get him a copy of the report board. If you can give us like one minute.
Certainly.
Thank you.
And I'll just represent, if it makes things easier or speeds things along, I would like to look at pages 38 through 40 of that report. And that page 38 should be up on the screen.
There is. Okay, page 38. I'll be right there momentarily. I'm there, ma'am.
Okay, and so this is the portion of the modeling report that is discussing the freight lead extension, correct?
I have no idea. Hold on.
Please take a moment and familiarize yourself with
Could I hear the question again, Jesse? I'm sorry.
I just asked, this is the portion of the report that is referencing the freight lead extension project that the witness was discussing.
Yes.
Could I first, my objection is, could counsel first lay the foundation that he's familiar with this report? He may be, I don't know, but could we at least establish that?
Well, I think that,
Mr.
I'm sorry, let me speak here, please.
I apologize.
Mr. Donahue, I thought she was heading in that direction, so why don't we let her proceed?
You testified on direct that you are familiar with the rebuttal report, correct?
I am generally familiar. I did not author this report, though I have reviewed it at some time in the past. I'm generally familiar.
And when you said that the rebuttal report is where it was the basis of your change of heart, I think you said, about recommending the freight lead extension, is this what you were referencing?
No, ma'am. I was referencing the extensive work of the clean team and my direct involvement in that led to the rebuttal report, the modeling of the freight lead extension in addition to other things that were modeled.
So, but this is the report that the clean team provided the input in. This is the final product, correct?
I believe that to be the case. I'm not 100% sure if anything supplemental was filed. So if you're telling me this is it, then I guess I will assume you're correct.
If we can go to page 39 of that report.
There.
And actually, unfortunately, it's kind of a crossover sentence from the bottom of page 38 to page 39. Is it true that the freight lead extension would actually eliminate the need for the St. John's crossover project?
I think I noted that in my direct that, in fact, if the freight lead extension is constructed, it's highly likely that the St. John's crossover could be eliminated.
Well, thank you. I wanted to clarify that because I believe you testified first that it was not going to replace prior projects and then later that it was. And so I just wanted to clarify that, in fact, it would eliminate the need for the St. John's crossover.
I think I sort of framed it as an either or. If you don't construct the freight lead, then the St. John's crossover is absolutely vital. If you construct the freight lead extension, you'd largely obviate the need for St. John's.
And you said that essentially what the freight lead is meant to do is to get NS back to status quo or get freight operations back to status quo. Is that correct?
It is the entire suite of infrastructure packages is aimed at that. And yes.
And I'd like to direct your attention to figure 9 on this page. Does this, do you see where I am, and do you have a moment to review it?
I'm looking at the figure.
Does this show that actually what the freight train lead would do is improve things by 28% for the freights?
No, ma'am, that's not what that figure indicates. That is interchange delay to a specific limited subset of freight traffic. That is not Norfolk Southern traffic or CSX traffic. That is the interchange delay from foreign carriers. It shifted from a 34% detriment to a positive in 2019. I think that gets significantly, and here I'm speculating, I'm working off a long memory here. I think that gets significantly slimmer as we get into the out years. But this project, as I noted earlier, is the only project that is able to cope with the significant delays to the interchange traffic from foreign carriers. And so there is a benefit there. That's not the benefit to Norfolk Southern and CSX directly at all.
But this is the benefit that you said led you to change your mind about recommending the freight train lead, correct?
No, ma'am. It's the 33.6% detriment, and the fact that we are not at 33.6% impaired. And I say we as the freight industry, it's the interchange trains from the Western carriers that were suffering this. This sort of is a great example of what I spoke to earlier when I said I was very skeptical of the freight lead, because I hadn't thought about this in terms of the impacts to the UPs and the BNSFs and the CNs. I was looking simply at Norfolk Southern's impact, and that was my primary area of concern, is how do we keep that status quo? And the freight lead extension has some minor benefits for NS. And I said, well, in light of the other projects and the fact that we can mitigate those without this freight lead extension, that's perhaps not the best project to advance because of its sheer expense. But when I became aware through my clean team work that our foreign carriers that rely on the back belt for their interchange operations, and ultimately me, Norfolk Southern and CSX as recipients of those trains, a 40%, 35% round number detriment to the interchanges and the delays that are associated with that is just unacceptable. And that is what brought me around to viewing the freight lead extension as one of the most beneficial projects here, not to mention the significant benefit that it has to the passenger trains. I mean, that's the core reason, is you've created yourself what isn't necessarily a dedicated passenger main, but you've created a mainline capacity that directly benefits the passenger service.
So I just want to make sure that we're clear here, so that the record is clear, that what the figure shows is that the introduction of passenger service would cause a 33.6% change in interchange delay as compared to the 2019 base case. But without passenger service at all, constructing the freight train lead would result in a 27.6% benefit to the freights in terms of reduction of interchange delay. Is that correct?
To the Western carrier traffic coming onto the back belt, I believe that's correct. But I would caution you, I didn't model this, nor did I create the figure or author the report. So there is certainly going to be several people who follow me who can speak directly to this and to the outputs of the model. I would urge you to speak with Mark Dingler and the other modelers who can tell you precisely what this means. I don't want to misrepresent it to you.
Thank you. But just to be clear, NS is not planning to invest any of its own private funds in order to reduce freight train delays, freight train interchange delays.
Objection asked and answered.
He may answer. This is cross-examination.
That's correct, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Hunt, you've testified that you were part of the clean team for purposes of preparing the 2021 RTC study. Is that correct? And Mr. Peterson, you can take this down for now. Thank you.
That's correct. I was one of the clean team members.
What was the clean team?
So the clean team was a group of individuals representing the modeling community. It was our modeler that primarily did the work, Mark Dingler. It was Hannah Ross and Holly Sincannon representing Norfolk Southern and CSX. in reverse order. And it was myself and Will Roseborough who brought in engineering and operational expertise, and obviously outside counsel who participated in the capacity of overseeing the operation of the clean team and making sure that confidentiality and highly confidential materials were protected as agreed to by the groups. The clean team's functionality, Charlie Banks spoke to this. He was a member of the clean team, as well as Larry Guthrie. Those two gentlemen that I didn't name were also primary overseers of the process. And it was aimed at looking at the methodologies, the inputs, the assumptions, and the word I would use is making sure that those items were unimpeachable. We were doing that under the color of litigation. We were going to come before this panel and we were going to talk about the findings of that RTC model, and we were going to have to represent to the public when we asked for infrastructure money, if that turned out to be the ultimate result. And we were going to have to do that with clear consciences and straight faces, and we were going to have to say that we did everything right. And so the clean team was a secondary effort beyond typical modeling that employed experts across a number of fields and from both companies to basically review the inputs, the assumptions, to make sure nothing was missed, to make sure nothing was added that shouldn't have been, and to make sure that when we handed something to this board, we could look all of you in the eyes and say, this is a reliable and unimpeachable work product. And I think we did it. I feel very strongly about that.
Thank you. Can I clarify? Mr. Dingler, Mr. Banks, and Mr. Guthrie, they were part of the clean team?
They were participants. Well, they were the modelers, obviously. And so the clean team was aimed or charged with supporting their efforts. And I don't know if they were official members of the clean team, but they were participants in all of the clean team exercises because the clean team's work was aimed at making sure that what they were doing was right.
Was there a not clean team? Trying to understand what the relationship is between the clean team and the modelers.
So on the railroad, we like to give things catchy names. And so the clean team is the catchy name for the group because we came in without preconceived notions, and we weren't aiming at cleaning anything necessarily. We just weren't involved in the early stages, and our job was to make sure it was right. And so clean in the sense of unbiased and uninterested, other than to make sure that the thing was done correctly. And as I noted, I think the clean team achieved its goal.
You said you came in without preconceived notions. So can you just explain for me whether you had any preconceived notions about whether infrastructure would be necessary for Amtrak to operate on the Gulf Coast?
Well, I mean, having gone through many of these, we noted on Direct that I've been a part of several implementations of passenger train service. I am what I would call an expert on our operations in New Orleans, at least the Norfolk Southern operations and the operations of the carriers that traverse the back belt. I would say I had an expectation that infrastructure was likely. I didn't come into that with any expectation that that a particular piece of infrastructure was going to be necessary. And I view this all very skeptically. I am, as I noted, a taxpayer. And so before the first dollar of my paycheck goes towards a project that might be funded by public money, I'm going to make sure it's the right project, particularly if I'm the one that's defending it. So that's sort of how I view this.
Did you come in with any preconceived notions about whether the modelers should model any operational changes to NS or CSX operations?
I think I noted earlier that that's kind of a reverse order type of operation. You can't really model operational changes in the sense that I suppose you could. I don't know how you would. That would be a question for the modelers. But the way that we have looked at operational changes in the past in these introductions of service is you build the existing operation, you add the proposed service, be it freight, passenger, whatever it is, you model the impacts, and then you mitigate that through infrastructure. And then the second stage of that is the negotiation of what do we need, what do we not need, and what can we mitigate with perhaps operational changes on both sides. Perhaps it's a change to an Amtrak schedule, change to a freight train schedule. There's all kinds of things you could do, but that's a second step. That's not something you can do on the front end, or you're just guessing.
But NS's position in this litigation is that these 14 projects are needed for Amtrak to start Gulf Coast service, correct?
That's absolutely correct. Under the scenario, the operating scenario that's been proposed to us and what we are told is the operating scenario that Amtrak wants to introduce. These are the projects that mitigate the impact based on.
That's without considering any operational changes by CSX or NS, correct?
I'm not aware of where that would fall in this stage. That would have been where we would have gone under a normal cooperative effort to institute passenger service.
That's without considering any possibility of schedule changes by CSX or NS, correct?
That is under the operating scenario that Amtrak has said they want to introduce the service. Those are the infrastructure improvements that are necessary. Yes, ma'am.
So just to clarify, and my question again was that the 14 infrastructure improvements are necessary, and that was determined without considering any sort of schedule changes by CSX or NS, correct?
Under the modeled operation, those are the infrastructure changes that are necessary. Yes, ma'am.
Without considering any schedule changes by CSX or NS, correct?
We modeled the operation as it exists and with regard to the future projected growth that is included in the model.
Without considering any schedule changes by CSX or NS.
I'm not aware, ma'am, you'd have to ask the modeler. I'm not aware of a change. I'm trying to explain to you, but no, ma'am, I did not consider operational changes, and I'm not sure if the modelers did or not. You might want to ask them.
Did the clean team report to the modelers? And by the modelers, I'm referencing Mr. Banks, Mr. Guthrie, and Mr. Dingler.
No, ma'am. There was no reporting structure in the clean team. Everybody was on equal footing. It was a forum for people to give ideas, to give criticisms, and to question inputs and assumptions, and to question outputs to make sure that the inputs that were driving those outputs were appropriate for advancement with this board.
So who determined that the modelers would not consider schedule changes by CSX or NS?
I can't tell you that anybody ever considered that. We were not asked to model operational changes. We were given a request for increased passenger service, and that was modeled in light of the operation as it exists today. That's really all we could do under the circumstances.
Mr. Hunt, if I can direct your attention to page 15 of your verified statement, which again is Joint Exhibit 23A. And if you can just let me know when you're on the page and I'll tell you where I'd like you to look.
Does the first paragraph start with Amtrak in the freight industry?
I would like you to look at the first sentence of the second paragraph, where you say Amtrak abruptly abandoned the collaborative RTC modeling efforts that were near completion in early 2021. Do you see that, sir?
I do, ma'am.
Okay. Were you part of those 2020 modeling efforts?
I was not the primary contact for Norfolk Southern, but yes, I was a part of that. Having the operational oversight for passenger operations on Norfolk Southern, I was involved.
And you say that Amtrak abruptly abandoned the collaborative RTC modeling efforts, but you were aware that Amtrak had raised concerns about the RTC modeling efforts throughout the process, correct?
I am not aware of that necessarily. I think that sort of mischaracterizes what our understanding of the event is. Amtrak was a participant, fully participated in weekly calls, not even an exaggeration to say weekly. The model was largely built, base case at least, and I'm getting outside again of my ken, but my recollection is, certain pieces of the model were complete. There was a small software upgrade issue that would have delayed the process, a matter of days, as I understand it, and the software patch had already been obtained to allow the model to be rerun, and there were still some work to be done that would have taken weeks, but not months, and the model would have been complete. It's worth noting that the model that we have completed as part of this effort is based on the same assumptions, time frame, inputs that the original model that was built with Amtrak was based on. And so we after Amtrak pulled out, we kind of had to start over from scratch, but we used the same base information that they had agreed to as the base information for our model.
You were aware that Amtrak asked for access to certain data inputs to verify the RTC study's outputs, correct?
I am.
And access to that data would have allowed Amtrak to see whether, for example, CSX's or NS's CSX or NS could make operational changes that would avoid the need for costly infrastructure, correct?
I'm glad you brought this up because this gets back to sort of the collaborative way that we've done these in the past. And in fact, the original modeling effort in 2020 that included Amtrak contemplated this too. This is how it should have worked had it gone to completion. As with the Piedmont Improvement Project, where we did the exact same thing, we have data concerns, and we had something called a data sharing agreement or something like that. I don't know the exact title of the agreement, but it was part of the modeling agreement with all the parties that were involved, Amtrak, NS, and CSX, and we all agreed to share certain information with each other. A lot of it that was commercially sensitive was restricted as far as what the other parties could see, but summary data was guaranteed to all parties, things that scrubbed out the commercially sensitive stuff. And so we signed that with Amtrak, signed it with CSX, got well underway into the process. At some point after that data sharing agreement was signed, Amtrak signed a contract with the FRA that I understand had some pretty significantly different data requirements. And I think that may have been where the paths diverged, unfortunately, is Amtrak committed in their funding agreement with the FRA to provide data that the data sharing agreement simply didn't allow. And while maybe Norfolk Southern or CSX individually could have seen fit to just share that data with Amtrak under different circumstances, the data sharing agreement was just as much about NS hiding our stuff from CSX as it was CSX hiding their stuff from NS. We're freight competitors, and that's important to protect our commercially sensitive data. I think Amtrak, unfortunately, having committed to giving more than we were allowed to provide to them, sort of got themselves over their skis with the FRA. But what we did in that same kind of scenario where you had multiple parties that wanted to see commercially sensitive stuff is we have highly controlled environments where you bring people into a room, just like the room I'm sitting in today. Everybody gets around the computer. We get to push the buttons, watch the model run. Nobody gets to pull out their cell phone and record it. Nobody gets to take anything home, but they get to watch it, kick the tires, ask questions. And that's how we've done that in the past. It's what we did on the Piedmont Improvement Project, and it's precisely what we offered to do in the original Gulf Coast model with Amtrak and with CSX. Again, unfortunately, we just never got the ability to do it. But I think had we seen that process through, Amtrak would have had everything they needed to look at operational changes or any other suite of infrastructure ideas that they might have had. We just didn't have the opportunity as an industry to show it to them.
Was it one of NS's stated goals in entering the 2020 RTC study to ensure that the modeling would not be permitted to modify NS operations in order to reduce the amount of spend on infrastructure?
You're going to have to say that again, please, ma'am. I'm sorry, I didn't follow that.
Sure. Was it one of NS's stated goals when entering the 2020 RTC study to ensure that the modeling would not be permitted to modify NS's operations in order to reduce the amount of spend on infrastructure?
It sounds as if you're reading from something. Is that in an agreement or something to which Norfolk Southern would have been a party? To hear you say that, I simply don't. I would be reluctant to. If you're reading from something that I am a party to, as Norfolk Southern is a party to, I'd love to see it. And I'll gladly answer your question, but I don't know that we stated that goal. You'd have to tell me what you're referencing.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to mark for identification document Bates range stamped NS 23324 to 23329.
Say those numbers again.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to explain to you that you don't have this document at this time.
I know, but for my notes, what are the base numbers?
NS 23324 to 23329. And this is a document that has been marked confidential by NS. So I believe we will have to go into a confidential session, Mr. Chairman.
And let me just ask this question. Is this a document? It sounds like it's a document that NS produced to you and base stamped. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
NS produced it, marked it confidential, and we had discussed among council that for purposes of exhibits such as this that come up during cross-examination, that we would simultaneously email them to all council and to the hearings at stb.gov address for the board if the board is amenable to that.
And you are marking this as exhibit number?
Amtrak Exhibit 7.
All right, so have you emailed it around?
We are doing it right now.
All right, I think that, so you want to go into the confidential breakout room, correct?
Yes, NS has designated this as confidential, so I believe we will have to go into that.
All right, so just a couple of logistics here. If you're sending it to hearings at stb.gov, I'm assuming it will take a moment for the staff to forward that to the board members so we can follow it along. Is that right? I don't know who's who on the staff is top of this.
We'll forward it to you, Marty.
Valerie, okay, so we have to take a few seconds to move into the breakout room. So while that's happening, will you forward that to the board members and anybody else who needs to look at it on staff? And I guess, Jesse, we'll let you know when we've got it, because I think we should, I assume we're going to want to follow along.
And hey, Marty, this is Matt. I'm ready to send you whenever you're ready.
Okay, is there anything else that needs to be said before we get sent? All right.
I would like a minute to obtain a copy of the document.
Yeah, well, we're all waiting, Mr. Donahoe, so we won't proceed until you've got it and we've got it.
Thank you.
In the meantime, you can beam us up, Matt.
Hey, Matt, this is Bill Brennan from the STB. Can you put me back in the breakout room, please?
Muted. There we are. All right, we're back in public session. If anybody has been able to stay with us for this long, we had lengthy discussions about documents marked confidential, which is why we went into this breakout room. If and when any parts of those be made public, we'll let people know, but for the moment they aren't. All right, Jesse, continue with your cross-examination.
So, Mr. Hunt, you denied Amtrak's request to qualify its crews by saying that it was premature and unreasonable, correct?
Yes, but there were qualifications to that language, but yes.
Thank you. Mr. Hunt, you testified that the inputs and parameters for the 2021 RTC study that have been presented as CSX's and NS's evidence of unreasonable impairment in this case had the same inputs and parameters as the 2020 HDR study. Is that correct?
With a few minor changes that the modelers could certainly articulate, that's correct.
And the infrastructure projects that were recommended by the 2021 RTC study were designed to allow NS to keep doing exactly what it's already doing, correct?
Essentially, it was to maintain the current fluidity, not to improve operations for the freight service, but rather to just preserve our current ability to do business.
The 2021 RTC model that has been offered as evidence of unreasonable impairment in this case did not differentiate between which projects would mitigate serious adverse impacts and which projects would ensure the status quo for NS, did it?
Well, the entire suite of recommended projects working in concert mitigated the impacts. I'm not sure that there was individual identification of certain projects that did certain things. But again, that would be a great question for the modelers who know exactly how they modeled those infrastructure projects.
So which of those projects that were recommended will mitigate the extra 18 minutes of delay that the RTC model says will result from introduction of passenger service?
I'm not familiar with the 18 minutes of delay that you speak to. The modelers probably could, if you point them to that portion of their report, could likely address it. The infrastructure package as a whole, my understanding is the package of infrastructure that mitigates the adverse impacts and the unreasonable impairment.
What, in your view, is the difference between unreasonable impairment and maintaining the status quo for NS?
Not sure. I don't want to stray into making legal conclusions here, because if memory serves me, that's actually statutory language. I'm not sure if I may consult my attorney. Is that a question I should answer, sir? Or?
Well, your attorney hasn't raised any objection. If you can answer it, answer it. If you don't think you can answer it, tell us you can't answer it.
Fair enough. Well, unreasonable impairment, I think, is probably something most of us could understand if we think about the operation today and the operation tomorrow. For me, it's more about defining, what wouldn't be unreasonable impairment and identifying what clearly is. To look at the outputs of the RTC model from 2021 at the extreme increase in delay to our connecting carriers, to the interchange trains, to look at the fact that the model was incapable of running in the 20-year outlook case without mitigating infrastructure. To me, that's clearly unreasonable. I don't know where the line would be as to what would be reasonable impairment, if that's what you're getting at, but I certainly can recognize what I believe is unreasonable. And I have no question that the impairment that's introduced by these passenger trains is completely unreasonable.
So I'm just asking you, the 14, and actually now it's 15 because the freight lead project is included, projects that are recommended by the RTC study are, I believe you testified, designed to help NS maintain the status quo, correct?
That's what I said, but obviously they are designed to mitigate the unreasonable impairment. I think I used those terms interchangeably. I didn't mean to imply that status quo was somehow a definition for the legal standard.
Thank you. So you did use the term status quo and unreasonable impairment interchangeably.
I would have to go back and read the transcript, ma'am. I'm not sure. I remember using the term status quo, but in the context that I used it, I wouldn't want to necessarily say that it means the same thing. So hopefully it cleared up what I meant by what I just described.
Do you think it means the same thing, maintaining the status quo and preventing unreasonable impairment?
I'm not sure that I would say the status quo is mitigation of unreasonable impairment. I think my answer as to recognizing what is unreasonable is a lot easier than maybe pointing out what isn't. The RTC model, to me, the impacts to the freight operations, to me, are clearly unreasonable. And I think I have somewhat of a pretty good perspective, having worked on the railroad for a number of years in operations and seen various types of operational changes. To me, that is completely unreasonable what the RTC model said would transpire.
Is there some subset of those 15 projects that you think would mitigate a reasonable impairment?
I am not qualified to tell you. I have no idea how any one of those projects impacts any of the delays. That's not something I studied. That would be a great question for the modelers.
I was going to ask you, who would know which one of those projects actually mitigates any of the impacts that are claimed by the RTC study?
I suspect the folks who did the modeling would be able to answer that better than anyone. I'm not sure if they studied it either, but they would certainly know if there's information like that.
But the modeling didn't spit out infrastructure outputs, correct?
That's correct. Infrastructure was introduced to mitigate impacts to the freight operation, and infrastructure package was settled upon that did just that.
And that infrastructure package was determined by the clean team?
The infrastructure was recommended by the modeler and reviewed and vetted by the clean team.
So the inputs about which infrastructure to recommend came from the modeler, not from CSX or NS?
That's correct. The modeler recommended the infrastructure. The clean team reviewed those recommendations, and we ultimately settled on what we viewed as a defensible and appropriate level of infrastructure investment to mitigate the impacts.
And at least some of those projects, including the freight lead, have previously been considered by NS, correct?
Not to my knowledge, ma'am. Not the infrastructure on Norfolk Southern.
Norfolk Southern has never considered itself extending the freight lead?
No. Not to my knowledge.
Just check time. Just a few more questions for you. With the clean team, are there notes or minutes of your meetings and discussions?
Not that I'm aware. I didn't keep any notes or minutes.
Were there emails exchanged among the clean team?
Perhaps. I believe our attorneys were directing those communications. I would have to refer you to the attorneys for whether those documents might be privileged, but I believe there were some communications, but they were colored by directions from our legal advisors who participated on the team as well.
And to the best of your knowledge, none of those emails have been produced to Amtrak in discovery in this case?
I have no idea if they were or not.
I just wanted to raise a couple more questions for you about you compared the operations in New Orleans to the operations in Chicago. Is that right?
I did.
And how many passenger trains a day are there on the railroads in New Orleans?
There are 2 passenger trains in New Orleans on Norfolk Southern's railroad.
And how many in Chicago?
There are 14 per day in Chicago on Norfolk Southern's railroad.
And do you know how many total Amtrak trains per day at the Chicago terminal?
I have no idea.
If I told you there were 56 Amtrak trains per day, would that color at all your observations about the impacts of adding 2 Amtrak trains at the New Orleans terminal?
That has no bearing on the New Orleans terminal.
And you also testified about 3 projects that you said, the Piedmont project, the Norfolk project, and the Roanoke project, where you said there was RTC modeling done, correct?
That's correct.
And was Amtrak a part of that RTC modeling?
I believe in each of those cases, Amtrak was not Well, in the case of the Piedmont Improvement Project, yes, Amtrak was a signatory to the RTC modeling agreement and was an active participant. They actually came in the room and kicked the tires, as I noted. They signed a contract to participate in that modeling. In the other two events, those contracts were signed with state sponsors. And while Amtrak was certainly involved in things like scheduling the trains and determining where passenger stops went and largely directing where the infrastructure improvements that were passenger specific would go, I can't tell you that they were specifically involved in the modeling, but they were certainly involved with their state sponsor in all of the planning and the state sponsor's interaction, unquestionably.
NS has acknowledged that there is sufficient theoretical capacity for the Gulf Coast service to operate, correct?
Restate that, please. NS has acknowledged what?
That there is sufficient theoretical capacity for the Gulf Coast service to operate.
Yes, the modeling showed that if you introduce the trains in the 2019 case, the trains could run, and the impairment that we've been speaking about is the result. So to the extent there's capacity, there's also tremendous impairment, and that manifests itself immediately.
And you testified earlier that there would be, I don't recall exactly your testimony, but kind of major snarls or grind to a halt or something like that, the entire corridor. Is that what you said?
Yes, in the future case, without infrastructure, the model actually cannot run, and the modeler can explain to you the functionality that leads to that, but the model actually will not run. RTC will crash, and it is impossible from a physical standpoint for the trains to move within RTC absent the infrastructure investment in the future case.
That's in 2039, correct?
That's correct.
And in 2019, that does not happen, correct?
No, you get immediate significant impairment. Those items are detailed in the RTC report. Significant delays, significant impairment to our interchange partners. That is the immediate degradation I was speaking to earlier.
Those are the delays of 18 minutes and the reduction in freight train speeds of 14.8 to 14.1 miles per hour. Is that correct?
Ma'am, you would have to ask the modelers about the direct impacts. I can't speak to those. I'm not sure what the outputs were, nor am I sure if you're characterizing them correctly.
NS has previously acknowledged that the Gulf Coast service can be added now without causing the corridor to grind to a halt, correct?
I think you've just heard me say the opposite.
I'd like to bring up Joint Exhibit 61 at page 4.
Well, what document is this, Jesse?
This is CSX and NS's response to Amtrak's SAR rebuttal.
It's a pleading, I take it, not the verified statement.
Yes, it's a pleading, sir.
Oh, all right, can you highlight whatever you want us to look at
Sure.
here?
I'd like to look at the first full sentence that begins the 2021 Gulf Coast RTC study also reveals.
Can you?
There we go. You got it.
Yep, thank you.
So I assume you would like me to speak to that in light of the statement that I just made. And I think I clarified that pretty straightforwardly. The RTC model will run. Grind to a halt in this context has to do with the RTC model's ability to physically dispatch the trains and to complete a modeling run. That doesn't mean there isn't significant, immediate, and profound impairment to the freight operation.
And again, that impairment is the reductions in train speeds and the minutes of added delay, correct?
All of the identified impairments that were identified in the report that the modeler can certainly detail for you and speak to the characterization of the data.
Thank you. If I can have just a minute, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Finish. Turn off video.
Put this document, you can put this, you want to put this document down?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Hunt. I'm finished with this witness.
All right, I have just a couple of questions. I want to just get the chronology. You had talked, we've back hours ago when we were talking about the freight lead. Let me see if I understand this. The RTC report was first dated November 3, 2021. It did not have the proposal for the freight lead in it.
As one point of clarification, it did include a reference to the freight lead in the initial report.
But it didn't propose, it didn't, the model didn't include.
That's correct, sir. Yes.
Freight lead. Then, all right, well, do you know where that is in the report? If you don't, we won't spend time, we'll find
I
it.
believed it was at the end. I may be mistaken, sir. It's been a long day. So I apologize for the interruption. I'll help you with the chronology.
Yeah, I'm not going to hold you to it. I didn't see it in any of the projects mentioned in it. Then at some time, but we'll find it. I don't want to take up the time now. After November 3rd, someone suggested the freight lead extension. And do I understand your testimony to be that someone was from the RTC modelers?
I, as a part of the clean team recommended that be reviewed in some level of detail. There was additional modeling that was completed. The RTC rebuttal report included that, but the clean team largely directed the review of that as a secondary review.
Well, the clean team included the modelers and yourself and somebody from CSX.
That's
right?
correct, sir. A number of individuals from both organizations and the modelers.
Can you identify a person who first suggested doing the freight extension? Is that possible?
Might have been me. And again, the initial modeling did review the freight lead extension. We looked at the project and we made a conscious decision to exclude it because of cost and perceived freight benefit. It was only after I more thoroughly reviewed the report and realized the significant impact to the connecting carriers that I said, hey, we have to look at this again and let's make sure we were right. As it turns out, that is the only project that mitigates that impact. And so, our modelers were tasked with looking primarily at Norfolk Southern and CSX impacts. And so they did what we asked them to do. And when we realized that there was another constituency that was significantly and severely impacted, that is when I made the recommendation that we would look at the freight lead in more detail. The model ultimately bore out my suspicions, which is that is a valuable project, and it changed my mind on that project.
And you didn't make that recommendation until after November 3rd, 2021.
Yes,
is that correct?
That was the subsequent modeling that was performed after the initial report.
Right, but your recommendation to study the freight lead didn't come until after the November 3rd report. Is that?
That's correct, sir. Yes.
All right, that was all I had. Do any other board members have any questions? If not, it's 5 minutes to 5. Mr. Donahoe, I do not want to cut you off, and I'd rather, if it doesn't take long, give you the time you need, and we may miss the hard stop, but hopefully not by much.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further follow-up.
All right. Rob Wimbush, do you have any?
No, sir, I do not.
Well, that is shocking. The government finished something 5 minutes early. I hope we will all be praised for that.
You certainly have my appreciation for not extending into Friday.
Well,
5 minutes early and 10 minutes late.
Yeah, we tried to accommodate. I will just say, remember my first railroad experience is at Metra, where on time was within 6 minutes. So we are even ahead of that. So thank you much, Mr. Hunt. You are dismissed. There is, as long as we have a couple of minutes, there is something that I wanted to raise with council that I am just unclear on about these joint exhibits. I believe, going from memory, that the description of the joint exhibits was really consisted of everything that had already been filed in this case. And therefore, the parties agreed to just label them all as joint exhibits. Is that a fair understanding?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's a fair understanding. So,
Right.
so there are two. Oh, I'm sorry. I might clarify. So the exhibits that start JE, that set of joint exhibits, those have been agreed by all the parties. That's on the record. And we might have created some confusion because there's also CSXT NS exhibits that are joint. Those all start CSX NS.
I guess the question in my mind, though, there's been a lot of moving of the admission of exhibits. And I'm trying to distinguish between those 3 volumes just consisting of exhibits that no one objects to and who is actually sponsoring their admission.
Yes, and I would submit, Mr. Chairman, I can't quote the exact decision, but I believe that's in one of the pre-hearing decisions. I think the board indicated that all of the evidence had been previously submitted, had been received. And I also believe that all of the joint exhibits were admitted without objection, but I'm not confident of what the transcript says on that first day.
I understand that to be the case, Matt, but what I am trying to be clear on, in case it arises with regard to any specific exhibit that may someday get challenged, is would it be accurate to say that even though they're joint exhibits, the sponsoring party is the party that submitted them to the record in the initial case? It doesn't mean that everybody's adopting everybody else's exhibits as their own. Is that your understanding, Matt?
Yes, I think that makes sense to me.
Bill?
That's fine, Mr. Chairman.
All right, and Jesse?
Yes, we agree.
Rob?
Yes, we agree.
All right, I just think it's important for the record. It's trying to be neat and clear here. This is my first presiding judge role, or judge-like role, I guess, to be accurate. And I think I'm responsible to keep the record clear, but I think it is now crystal clear. There will be discussions internally at the board about further hearing dates tomorrow. We may want to address those when we reconvene on Friday morning. It's clear that we can't finish the whole case on Friday. So I would encourage all counsel to confer with your availabilities, and given the very, very crowded agenda at the board, we need to look out, into the foreseeable future. I'm not going to put a deadline on it. But when we convene Friday, we probably could benefit from at least a brief discussion on availability and setting further hearing dates. So unless anyone else has anything to say, it is 4:59.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
if
Rob.
I may?
Yes.
As far as the Friday proceedings go, we've had with us from Sunday afternoon, and we'll have through Friday, both the chief executive of the Port of Mobile and the general manager of TASD. They have travel plans for Friday evening that would enable them, if we had a hard stop at 5 p.m. Eastern, to make their travel for the weekend. And so I'm just asking, as a matter of case administration, if we can have some comfort that looking to Friday, that we would be able to have the hard stop at about 5 p.m. Eastern to enable them to make their flights back to Alabama that evening.
I think it's a reasonable request, Rob. Let me just ask, on Friday, we're going to hear from Ray. Matt, you want to tell us what order we're going to proceed?
Yes, I will give you our order, and we will, of course, have to see how far we get, but we are going to start with Hannah Ross from CSX, and then Holly Sincannon from Norfolk Southern, and now we're a question whether we'll get there, but then we would bring Miss Mark Dingler, followed by Larry Guthrie. So I think realistically, I mean, we would, obviously like to get as much done as we could. Realistically, I doubt that we will get beyond Ms. Ross and Ms. Sincannon on Friday.
Oh, you're a pessimist.
I might be an optimist, because I'm anticipating that we will increase our rate by 100%.
Yeah,
So.
well, it's possible.
Marty?
But I think, I'm sorry, Patrick.
It's just worth noting, as we think about timing, that Mr. Dingler was referenced by many witnesses, and that may or may not have a relationship with the amount of time that everybody spends on it. But I wanted to point that out.
Yeah, it might make sense. I mean, I don't know, but I'm wondering, in the hope that we could actually get through 3 witnesses, it would be unlikely if we got through the first 2, we could finish Mr. Dingler. I wonder if we should consider starting with Mr. Guthrie if we really got there early in the afternoon. Is that a possibility or I
So
don't,
Ch-
listen,
so
if
Ch-
you're, I don't want to disrupt your order of preference, so
Thank you, Chairman. We would like to stick with the order that we've selected for our witnesses.
we will honor that. So with that, Rob, I think first of all, it's a weekend. I think speaking for myself, all 5 of us are exhausted. So 5 o'clock Friday seems reasonable. And any board member who wants to disavow being exhausted should speak up. So we will plan on a hard stop. And I assume it really has to be a hard stop from what you're saying, Rob, because they're trying to catch a plane. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. They have tentative travel plans. If we do not have a hard stop at 5 o'clock and they need to stick around, that jeopardizes their ability to travel back home on Friday evening, and they have to stay an extra day.
We'll do it. It may mean that we'll end up having to stop a little early because it's a natural breaking point, but we won't stop late. I appreciate it.
I realize that Mr. Mullins has had previous experience with this that might go counter to this particular precedent, but I'm hoping in this particular case we can have the accommodation.
It's because of that I didn't make any plane reservations. So
I would just say if we end up stopping 15 or 20 minutes early, it's not going to affect the overall conclusion of this matter.
Oh, heavens no.
Yeah. So we will honor it. And Rob, I'm going to count on you to keep, we get intense discussion to raise the issue and remind me.
Yep. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank the public. We will thank our dear court reporter and Matt, and we will reconvene at 9:30 a.m. Eastern on Friday morning. Thank you all.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you all.